Natural selection cannot rewrite DNA. All right, let's start recording this. Stay in the studio until your recordings are uploaded. All right, all right. It's been a while since I used haven't used StreamYard in a while. Let's make sure that my levels are correct before I even get started. All right. So hold on. Here we go. How's my levels, Uncle Andy? Make sure my levels are good before I even start talking. Or anybody that's watching it. Uncle Andy comes and goes. Anybody that's watching, let me know. How's my levels? Okay, Winter is in the house. Winter says we are good. Good to see Winter here. And I learned a lot. I got a lot of information for you today. A lot of information. We're going to talk about a whole lot of stuff. I want to talk about what started this conversation. What started this conversation is my theory, and I've always claimed it was a theory of mine. And I know I'm allowed. I don't think I'm allowed. I know I'm allowed to have my own theory. And I will explain the rationalization behind my theory as I do my show today. But my theory is that Earth is a place where many humanoids have visited. My theory is that the black people of Earth, the melanated people, are an upgrade to other or from other human beings, specifically designed for the planet Earth. My theory is that the people that we call white are not naturally from this Earth and are designed for another planet. Now, nowhere in my theory or my rhetoric did I ever say one being was better than the other. I don't say that, right? I'll say it genetically. I'll say it biologically on this planet, but morally, I can't really say that. I can say how I view people and how they behave on this planet, right? But I'm not here to say, black people better than white people. White people that wasn't even in my conversation. Now, what some people did get triggered was, and what was in my conversation is that black people are genetically, biologically superior on this planet. Now, why did I say that? Did I just say that willy nilly because we could jump higher on a basketball court? Is that what I was talking about? I wasn't talking about that at all. Did I say that to be racist? I actually didn't. I thought what I said actually made sense. Well, what did you say, Jamel? I said that having I want to word this correctly. Being affected by the sun, where it ionizes your cells and cause ionization stress, one, making your body weaker. not protecting you from the UV. If you believed in a God, I was just like, yo, this is unfair, right? I'm like, yo, why would you help? Why would you do this for this people and you wouldn't do it for these people? That's what started the conversation. That's what started the conversation where we're about to go down, the rabbit hole we're about to go down. It's crazy. I didn't get a call all morning. Now I'm getting a call. That's what started this conversation. Shout out to Uncle Andy. Shout out to Winter, and happy birthday to Winter. Is it Winter's birthday? We got Bimmy in the house. Bimmy, what you do? Bimmy over here watching my show, man. Shout out to Bimmy in the house. We got Roby in the house. All right. So I'm doing it like this today because Mac Me said, yo, give StreamYard another chance. I said I give StreamYard another chance. I actually like StreamYard because I get to see the comments right there and I get to pull you up. You understand? And I wanted to make this a conversation where I pulled some people up today who might wanted to have a debate without really calling me a bunch of names because people don't understand certain things. So, with that being said, let's get into this bad boy. All right. So, my claim, as you can see, is natural selection cannot write DNA. And that's a fact. But we'll get into that. Now, I want to start here. Let's start real slow and then just work our way up. And work our way up, we will. I promise you that today. You will leave this show understanding way more than you did. Throughout history, when you look at the different cultures, for some reason, for some strange reason, and it's over my that's above my pay grade. You see the gods of these civilizations with different colors, right? So when you look at the artwork of the Hindi people and they drawing their gods, you would think that they did not have the color for brown. But then you notice they did have the color for brown. So why didn't you just color the god brown? Why would you color this god blue? But before you answer that, you have to also take in consideration the gods in their religious books, in their historic books, were flying in the sky and had nuclear weapons. You got to consider that too, which should tell you. I ain't gonna tell you what to think. It should tell you that they more than likely was technologically advanced. You understand? But hey, it could have been magic. Whatever. So when I look at the Hindi people, I say, wow, you guys got a culture going far back, got a history going far back, and your gods are blue. I jump over to the Egyptian people. For whatever reason, same thing. You would have thought they did not have the color in their crayon box to create a brown god. Someone that looked like the Egyptians we know. Why would you paint this god green? Why would you do that? Did you not? Oh, no, you do have the color brown, right? You do have a black. You have a word for black. Why wouldn't you use that? Maybe the gods wasn't brown, Jamel. Maybe they wasn't brown. I don't see many pictures naturally of our Orishas. I did a ancestry, and it showed over 50% of my DNA had came from the west coast of Africa. It was different places, right? Most of it was from Nigeria. Most of it was from Nigeria, from different places though. I had some from Senegal in there. I had some from Congo in there, right? Most it was over 50% African. Then I seen a little part where it looked like the white man had raped some people in my family. Allegedly. This could have been consensual sex. I don't know. You understand? What I do know is that somehow their bloodline got into mine. This could have been consensual. When I got the ancestry back, I had pride because before that I was adopted. Right, I'm still adopted, but before that I really didn't know anything about my family, my biological family anyway. So this gave me a piece of the puzzle where I could like put it together. It like fill a void within me. So I went to go look up like the history of the area, who their gods were, this, the culture. That's when I learned about the Yoruba and the Orishas. So I wasn't about to do this slide and not mention the gods from the land of my origin. However, I will assume that it was a melanated god. Just say if we had a picture, if they put a picture on it, I'm just going to say it was melanated. And then you have the Atlanteans, who I do believe in and who Plato spoke about. Not everybody believes in the Atlanteans. I believe the Atlanteans were, this is my opinion, very intelligent, technologically advanced. From my research, they was able to battle it out with some other creatures on this earth. Go toe to toe. Maybe a little bit too far with their technology and end up sinking Atlantis. But that's me. That's my theory. Nobody here, you never got to agree with my theory. If it's a theory that I have, you don't never got to agree with it. But when I start talking something else, I will let you know if it's a fact or not. Hold on one second. I gotta see. I haven't used this in so long. And I'm trying to see if I can make the screen bigger so I can actually see the slide. But if not, everybody give me a second. I'll just open up this screen over here and I'll do it over here too. Give me a second. Because I want to be able to read this screen. Because I got too many screens to be straight in my eye, I'll tell you that. Okay, that's better. I'll just read it. Thank God for two screens, right? Sweet like bear meat. Now, some people they don't. Here's the crazy thing about Earth, man, and I'm gonna go into this in a second because we got all these different silos. So you got the religious silos, you got the scientific silos, you got political and social silos. What's strange is, and which I will articulate in a second, is that a lot of times these communities, they stay inside their own bubble, and they don't really want to integrate because they know they might bump heads with you in the way that you think. If you are in another silo, if you are in another community, your agendas are not even the same. They are not always aligned or none of that. But yet, people are almost forced to interact with these different silos regardless. Now, this makes it terribly difficult because you don't have the same bias. You just a person, regular person, Joe Smo. I I get up, I go to work, I come back home, I eat with my family, I pay my taxes, I have a little fun on the weekend, drink a little drink. You understand? You're just a regular Joe Schmo. You don't have all these biases that everybody else got. So you're going to be able to take from the religious aspect. You're going to be able to take from the science aspect. That's what you want to do anyway. You want to take from the social aspect. You want to take from it all. You want to take from the street aspect. You understand? You want to take from the intellectual aspect to make who you are, the individual that you are. That's what you want to do. Now, I bring that up because me, myself, I listen to these old stories, even in the Bible. And I said, oh, they got some validity there, right? Now, let's just start with the word Adam, which most people, if I ask who is Adam, they just going to say the first person on earth. If they're not extremely scientific, and that's where that other stuff comes in that I was telling you before, right? The extremely scientific person, or he's going to, or she's going to try to explain to you, hey, Adam, we don't know if that Adam was there. But they might be right. We don't know if Adam was the first person or not. But for everybody else that's not that technical and like, oh man, you know, that's how the story goes. Adam was the first person. So you ask me who was Adam? I'm going to answer the first person on earth. First man. And I say, okay. You know what Adam mean? The name Adam comes from the ancient Hebrew word, which is directly connected to Adama, meaning ground, soil, or earth. The oldest usage, Adam does not function as a personal name. First, it describes a human form from the earth itself. All right. Hugh, the breath, the living one. Hugh appears across multiple ancient traditions with a consistent theme. In ancient Egyptian thought, Hugh represent authoritative speech, breath, and life force. The power that animates matter. They teach you about life force in mystery school. You learn about that. In Shemitic linguistic roots, sounds related to Hugh function as a pronoun for he, right? So you got who, he, or that which exists, often associated with being or presence. In mystical traditions, Hugh was associated with breath, vibration, and consciousness, not flesh. Genesis, the command to repopulate the earth. And God said to them, and God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Now, most people just keep on reading, not recognizing that whoever wrote this And it is none of my business. But they did write the word replenish, meaning to repopulate. Re meaning to do again. See, it is also my theory that nobody has been telling us the truth. So it's a funny thing when people get up here, as they did last week, they said a bunch of crazy stuff, like they was fact. But I got a show to do, so I can't be. I try to keep my shows in a way where people could watch my shows and learn stuff, right? Walk away. But I don't want to look back at my show. I'm arguing with you, this, that, and the third. My point is we know what they tell us or we find out. You may find out some things, but if you're not indoctrinated already, if you're indoctrinated, you may not believe the new information that you hear. This is what we call cognitive dissonance. Because the white man, not the white man, the man in the white coat, not the white man. Strike the white. We will get to the white man in a second, but not right now. The man in the white coat, Stanley Milgram experiment, he said it was this. So it got to be that. I like to talk about things, and sometimes I will purposely not tell you the answer. Sometimes I will purposely not elaborate. Why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I'm forcing. I really want you to go look it up. That's what I want to do. I want you to do. So you come back at my next show and be like, yo, I checked that out. Word, that was crazy. Yeah. That's what's up. But then some people will get too comfortable. Not that I think that I'm wrong. I don't want to build up bad practice for you. Some people get too comfortable and just lean on whatever I say. Not that I'm going to come up here and spew nonsense. I'm never going to do that. I'm going to tell you this is my theory, or this is facts of life. Point being, why wasn't we given? Do we have any history before Adam? Most people. So then that's where those silos will start to look at the other silo crazy, right? Meaning the science community gonna say, see what they doing over there? This is why I don't believe in all that. This is why we stick to straight science, which is not synonymous with facts. Let's be clear about that. Today, let's be clear. Science is not synonymous with facts. No. But I understand. So, apparently, there was a population before the first man, which is contradictory and ironic. Be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it. That's crazy. Subdue it. And have dominion over the flesh of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and every living thing that moveth upon the earth. Good God, who is he talking to? Let us move on. However, if you watch my show, I always make light of the Hebrew Bible because I learned that many stories came from an older civilization called the Sumerians. So I use the words plagiarize, but I always use a lot of words that either offend or trigger some people. I would try not to do that today, but I cannot make any promises because it's hard for me to do. So in my research, I found out, oh, y'all out here stealing. Oh, say word. Y'all stole wild stories. Huh? Moses' story, King Sargon. Huh? You got all the epic of Adrahedris, another Noah story. Out here stealing stories, blood. And putting it into religions, and then other religions is other religions is taking newfound religions. I'm gonna take from that too. Dip off, start my own little such and such. You understand? Get people serving me this, that, and the third. I had enough. I said, listen, check this out. I don't want no religion. I'm good. I done find out the truth. What's the truth? That Jesus came to save us from sin with the covenant of iniquity. Well, who is sin? Sin was a moon god. These are the facts. Anyway, I digress, because we're not talking about Jesus or sin today. Maybe tomorrow. No, tomorrow we talk about Dr. Malachi Z. York. Actually, I wanted to talk about him today, but I had to get this out the way. So, finding out that the Hebrew Bible had strongly borrowed some stories, I found out that there's an older story, older than the Hebrews, period, before the Hebrews even existed, that describe these gods making man from earth. The gods were called Enki and Ninhursag. Enki, god of wisdom, war, and creation. Ninhursag, also called Ninmah, the mother goddess. They might have been brother and sister. Allegedly. That's neither here nor there. That type of thing happened all the time during these times of royalty. Anyway, the process described: clay is taken from the earth, from the deep fresh water. The clay is shaped into humans. Humans are created specifically to do the labor of the gods, to do work. Coincidentally, you're still down here doing work. This is one of the oldest written descriptions of human creation, right there. It's not the Bible. Anything that science says, you are free to believe. I'm not saying they're wrong. I will say it's a hypothesis. It could be a strong hypothesis, but all of this could be, it could have happened the way science said it happened. It could have happened the way the Sumerians said it happened. It could happen. What I'm telling you is I take it all into consideration. That's what I'm telling you. So, the institutions that define race are solving legal and historical problems, while scientists are solving biological ones. Well, this goes back to what I was saying before. You got your different silos. And as I was trying to figure out this conversation that happened last week, there was a lot of chaos. People were calling me names. People were saying things they were dead wrong in the comments. It was nuts. Show was all over the place. Yo. Actually, I just want to talk about the Shriners. The The reason I do these type of shows is to expose you to new knowledge, just new knowledge, not really education. I just want to expose you to the knowledge. But a lot of times my shows trigger people because they come over ready to argue, right? Whether I say, it doesn't matter what I say. If I say you're Muslim, if I say you're white, if I say you're homosexual, people ready to defend. It doesn't even matter if I actually offended them. They just like, it's kind of like, why'd you say that? Because I live on earth, bro. I'm not allowed to say things. I didn't offend you. But subconsciously, I did offend them, right? Just by mentioning them, like their group, I offended, their ears perked up. Yo, what you talking about, bro? We could do that too. That's cool, right? But I was tight. But by the time I got to the end of my slides and doing my research, I wasn't upset anymore. I was real calm because I had figured out what the problem was. And this is what I'm going to explain to you right now before we even get into the slides. It is the silos, the language of the different silos. And I will articulate this better because I already wrote down what I wanted to write down in my slides. But it's the language of the different silos. So the institutions that define race are solving legal and historical problems. What do you mean by that? Well, you got people that's standing up for civility, whether it be politically or socially, right? But we share the same space with scientists, and that's not their job to make sure that you have civility, right? The people socially that make sure that you have civility, when they say you, they want to be able to label you. So they say, what group you in? You say, what groups you got? All right, thanks for asking. Just stop me when you hear your group. You could be Mongolian. You could be American, Native American. You could be African, Ethiopian. You could be white, Caucasian. Right? You in any of these groups? The problem is science don't got these same, they don't share the same labels as your social, civic, legal silos. But again, we all are expected to share the same space. So scientists are solving biological stuff, and these other people, your administrators, your politicians, they're out here and they're sharing something totally, they're working on something totally different. Because those systems don't share definitions or accountability, social categories often substitute for biological reality, creating confusion, bad science communication, and unnecessary conflict. That's what I discovered about last week's show. So I said, that was a big part of it right then and there, because I'm saying words, right? I'm saying things. And some people are taking it from the scientific standpoint, but yet they still hear the social standpoint, because I have to use these words to identify. But in science, there's no such thing as a white man. In science, there's no such thing as a white man. Institutions have learned, crudely and imperfectly, that the highest rates of, check this out now, this is what I was talking about. The highest rates of UV related skin cancer, one condition. Sun induced DNA damage, two conditions. Extreme photosensitivity, three. Early photoaging, four. And I'm going to put down there, let's just add ionization stress, 5. Show up disproportionately in people already classified as white. Do I say this is a fact? I'd say, yeah. But guess what? I can't bring that to the science community because they're gonna be like, we don't have anybody over here called the white people. Really? Yeah. That's a fact. We don't got nobody called white people. Well, this causes a dilemma in my research. Now, doesn't it? How can I move on? I don't know how you can move on, but I would watch your language as you're moving forward because you might offend somebody. I have offended many already. But I do want to get to the bottom of this research. Are we okay with these people having this condition? What are we doing about it? Just throwing sunblock on it? I want to get to the bottom of this. Problem I'm running into, there's no category called white in science. Yet I am expected to seek scientific explanations for people who are only defined socially and legally as white. When I approach the scientific community using the language that society has given me, the response is effectively, we don't know who you're talking about. And they're not wrong, because science never agreed to that category in the first place. Yet the government, the upper echelons of society, they have given science, they have given a bunch of resolutions to science. They say, yo, science, you handle this over here. We just want you to handle that. So when I go now and I get my little independent information, I say, I want to get in that. I want to try to solve some of these equations too. I'm not even using the right language. They say, oh, you got it. We don't mind you coming over, Saladin. But here's the thing. You gotta use this language. Now we're going to get into that language. That language is not always appropriate. We'll get into that in a second. I'm going to try to read everyone's. Roby has his own perception. True knowledge can be. Yep. Unfortunately, that's right. We do not know that was happening long ago, or just modern population, or do they know? Oh, Winter, I will get to that. I actually have a slide. I have several slides that basically say exactly what you're saying. I have at least 2 that says exactly what you're saying. Unfortunately, those slides are at the end. But that's all I was saying, right? Right. And you're right about that. She said even white people process sun exposure differently. Now, here's the funny thing. I know what you're talking about. Why? Because we're just being human beings. I understand what you're talking about. If you say that same sentence to the science community, technically they could start to play word semantic games on you. You understand? Like they tried to do last week when I mentioned hunter-gatherers, and it's like, well, technically we still live in a hunter-gatherer society. They're still around. Yeah, okay, that's what we're doing. Word semantics. Do you live in a hunter-gatherer society? Are you still going out to hunt your own food and bring it back? They start to play those type of word games with you, right? And that will frustrate you because they're like, yeah, we don't even deal with white people. But I will tell you who they do, what words they deal with. We'll get to that. Why this creates a real barrier to understanding. Social and legal systems require me to use the words like white, black, or race, right? Socially. Science, hold on. There we go. Science, on the other hand, rejects those words as biologically meaningless and instead uses terms like, here we go, phenotype, phototype, eumelin, pheomelin, UV response. So I'm caught in a contradiction. Society tells me these people are white. Science tells me that category does not exist. Yet the same socially still expects science to explain outcomes that are clearly clustered within that social category. All right. So the deeper issue. This isn't just confusion, it actively hinders learning. It does. The people who define social categories and the people who define scientific categories do not share a common language. They do not share a common framework and are influenced by political, legal, and economic pressures, as we will see, that shape what we can and cannot say. That's a big part. Meanwhile, I'm not part of none of these power structures. I'm not a bureaucrat. I'm not an institutional scientist. I'm an individual thinker trying to make sense of reality using the tools that exist. And I'm finding out that those tools don't line up. Why my ideas get dismissed before they're heard. When I speak in legal or social terms, scientists dismiss me because the language is imprecise. When I try to speak in scientific terms, social systems dismiss me because the language is problematic. Yeah, it's been happening all week. So my ideas are rejected before they're even evaluated. Not because they're wrong, but because they don't conform to either institution's approved vocabulary. That doesn't mean the idea lacks value. It means the translation layer is broken, which I can see the governance in my mentality there, right? So what I mean is, and that's what government means, to control the mind, to steer the mind. So it's like, okay, Jamel, if you really want to be successful, you gotta really talk in one of these languages and then stay in that silo, right? And then so either talk in the scientific terms and just stay over there. Or you could come over here socially. But for what you're presenting, there's really no community. So no one else is going to back you up on what you're saying right now. And guess what? There is a community. It's called the society. We was once called the Poker Face Society. I've decided to drop the poker, and now we're just the society. There is a community that will appreciate people's theories, allow them to theorize. No ad hominem attacks. That's what you believe. That's what you believe. Let's hear each other out. it's not common that people are saying what you're saying, right? I've never heard anybody say that white people come from another star constellation, but I'm here to hear out your theory with no judgment. Real dilemma. I'm trying to describe real biological patterns that show up inside socially defined groups. That's what I was trying to do. So when I mentioned, yeah, I was trolling, right? I'm saying that people are going to the beach, getting burnt up by the sun. I'm just trolling you. I mean, I think that was obvious. I've never been around anybody that just bursts into flames, right? So obviously, I'm just trolling you. But what I'm really trying to shed light on, by me saying such a ridiculous thing, is someone to look at the biological patterns that show up inside a specific group that I keep mentioning. That's what I'm really trying to get people to see. But people are focusing on everything else. Well, you said I was white. Like, I wasn't the first person to call you white, bro. You crazy? Anyway, the two systems refuse to acknowledge each other's definitions, so I'm left in the middle, having to learn two different languages just to ask one honest question. It's not a failure of curiosity, that's a failure of coordination. Tale of two cities. One city speaks law, identity, and history. And the more I really think about this, I say, whoa, this is dead on, right? Because I won't hear from the scientific community. As long as I'm over here, I can talk about how some groups talk about conspiracies of the law and how the law we're really using maritime law. They're trying to trick us, right? I still won't hear from the scientific community. I could talk about how the group they call the black people are over here calling themselves Moors so that they can take advantage of a peace treaty that the United States had with the Moorish Moorish community, the true Moorish, the Moroccan community. Let me say that, not the true Moorish community, but the Moroccan community, because they want sovereignty. And I could blame that whole experience on I just want some identity, bro, and I get it, but you sound off right now, right? I still won't hear from the scientific community. I could talk about history, depending on what, and then either they might ignore me, depending on what I'm speaking about, how far I go back. But I will hear from them if I start talking about chemistry, right? Biology, things that they are involved with intrinsically, firsthand. They getting involved. They're gonna peek their head out. Yo, what you talking about over here? Now they offended. They coming over. Yo, this is like this. This is not like this. This happens all the time. However, as you can see, I've been on this topic for a while and I'm not giving up. So you're only making me better as a researcher, as a person, trying to get to the bottom and trying to get to an answer of why this group has so many things against them on the earth while another group doesn't. Now, there's a bunch of theories, and we get into that in a second. We will. But I think there should be an easier way for me to get my answer, is what I'm getting at. If I cross using the wrong words, I'm turned away. If I stay in one city too long, I'm told I'm ignoring reality. That happens to me all the time. People come over, yo, you sound absurd. I hear you. The absence of a biological category called white does not mean that real pattern biological traits do not exist among people socially labeled that way, right? That's what I'm getting at. There's some real patterns there that I want to focus on, but check this out. For some, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. I feel like, yo, science do not want me to go past a certain point. You don't want me to get involved in that. So are you muttering the waters a little bit, so that there's a barrier there that I cannot cross? I'm like, no, don't listen to him. He believes in aliens. Don't. That's what they say, right? No. Don't even waste your time. He's talking about aliens. Oh, that's the guy he was talking about. I'm sorry. There's no room in the inn. You just say you had 30 rooms, sir. Please, I don't want to call the cops. There's no room in the inn. You're ostracized. You're ostracized. Because they want me to be. They don't want me to be a free thinker. I'll tell you that. You want me to conform. Yeah, you got to think like this. Did you start thinking like this yet? Once you start thinking like this, I'll let you in. That ain't never going to happen. Good sir, I have nothing for you here. That's cool. I'll go create my own space. I'll go create my own community. What you will not do is hog tie my cognition. You will not hog tie my thoughts, my imagination. You won't hog tie none of it. Because I do believe you tried already with the fluoride. I do believe you tried already. We'll get into fluoride a little bit. But because no institution takes responsibility for translating between these two systems, individuals like me are left to do the work alone and are often dismissed for trying. All right, in closing, I'm not confused about biology or society. I'm navigating the gap between two systems that refuse to speak the same language, and I'm being penalized for trying to translate. That's not ignorance, that's independent thinking in a fragmented world. Yeah, that's there you go. I like conversations like that, Roby and Winter, right? Now you're using your noggin. See, that's what I like. That's what I want to do. I want to get you to talk about the things that's up here without me even telling you. Now, you already started talking about your blood type. You know that you have to specifically ask for your blood type. Like I don't know why they don't put it up there, but most people don't know their blood type because they don't offer that advice. I mean, they don't offer that information. Now, remember when I told you before that science was using some inappropriate words too? What I found out as I'm doing all this research this week is, like I just explained, socially I could use the word white, but scientifically there's no label for that. So they do like to use light skin, lighter skinned, and pigmentation. Well, guess what? I feel light skinned is doing too much work. It is being used to mean slightly reduced eumelin, moderately reduced eumelin, heavily reduced eumelin, no functional eumelin, and pheomelanin dominance. All of them, the science community is calling light skin. No disrespect to anybody. But when we started calling the white man light skin, when did that happen? Well, in science's defense, they could say, Jamel, we never called who you call the white man, right? That's how they're gonna come back. Jamel, we never called these people the white man, right? We never believed it. But it's not what we do. We mind our business over here because that's not what we do. Yeah, exactly, Winter. So when scientists say light skin became common 3,000 years ago, they're not even talking about the same thing I'm talking about. So I had to slow the whole conversation down. I'm not even talking about that. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about light skin and lighter skin, what whites, and that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm trying to have a conversation about pheomelanin dominant Europeans becoming common, right? That's what I'm trying to find out. When did this take place? For pheomelanin dominance and you melanin deficient people having this large group out here. When did this happen? One of my other issues is that the scientists keep switching. Hold on. Here we go. One of my other issues is that the scientists keep switching categories without saying so. So as I was doing my research, when people cite Cheddar Man, the Bronze Age Europeans, or Nina Jablonski's 10 to 20,000 estimate, they're talking about degrees of melanin reduction, not the emergence of a pheomelanin dominant eumelanin depleted population. Those are chemically and biologically different pigmentation systems. Calling all of them light skin, it collapses distinct phenotypes into one word and makes the times appear contradictory when they're actually describing different processes. So in all essence, I was never talking about when Europeans got lighter because I don't even believe that. I'm asking, when did this population really get here? Even when described purely by UV sensitivity and biological outcomes without mentioning skin color at all, those traits are still socially mapped to the category white, which shows how race labels operate independently of actual biology. Now, let's go over some things. I would like to talk about what is a fact. Fact is a thing that is known or proved to be true. Now, took some screenshots. Couple of comments last week. What's so hard to understand? The white race came from 600 years of experimentation with the white and brown germs. Shout out to them in the house. I had a good amount of people. I appreciate that. People who believe different things. It was good. Um, Convergent evolution between whites and Asians is something you should look more into. Like I was saying, pale skin developed several times. It isn't some mysterious event that happened on mountains. Without intense pressure, there would be have been, says, colorism, racism would have likely have been a bigger selector for that environment. Let's keep on going. It says modern white people as we know them today didn't appear until the end of the Stone Age. It says I don't think you understand the cause and effect of natural selection. You have the chicken or the egg backwards. It says, well, gene mutation is factually what caused that. It's a question of what caused the mutation and how the mutation was so successful. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, blue eyes and brown hair came first after brown eyes and black hair. Hmm. Then green eyes, blonde hair, and red hair. Hmm. Yeah, once he fully grasps the fair skin evolved multiple times, he's going to have a paradigm shift or just fall into cognitive dissonance. Hmm. UV only not the isn't only reason. It's not a reason at all. Any mutations that UV causes are random, meaning that the chance of it changing your skin color is those numbers there. Here we go again. There is less sun in the north. White people evolved in the valleys, not on top of the mountains. Mm-hmm. People live in valleys, not the tops of the mountains with high UV. Mm-hmm. If you look deeper than skin level, though, things are complicated. White cognitive genes are more generally dominant. Okay. Nah, it's just that people who could absorb vitamin D better were healthier in the north and passed on their genes. Mm. Exactly. So those lighter skinned people passed on their genes in the north. I don't know why it's rocket science from him, meaning me. I don't know if this slide belongs here, but I'm going to read it anyway. Reduce two separate conversations going on. Reduce eumelin is not the same as pheomelanin dominance, eumelin deficient. And calling both light skin is what's breaking the timelines. The idea that selection turned off pigmentation functions is inference based on present day genetics environmental modeling, not a directly observed fact. Mm-hmm. Let's go over some things before we get started. I already went over what is a fact. Let's go over what is a theory. A theory is a well substantiated systematic explanation for observed phenomena. Let's take away some of that. Let's just take away the well substantiated. A theory is the explanation for an observed phenomena. Let's take away some more words. This thing is packed to the gills, huh? A theory is an explanation for a phenomena built from tested hypotheses, facts, and laws that help us understand, explain, and make predictions about the world, though it can evolve as new evidence emerges. So, the definition of theory is stacked. This is what I'm talking when I look at certain things, I say, "Oh, that's tricky." It's allowing you to get out of it's a get out of jail free card. That's what that is. You saying a whole bunch of stuff. I won't say nothing, but you saying a whole bunch of stuff there. And at the end, you never said this is true. But guess what? It sounds damn true. It sounds good. Right? You say, yo, what's a well substantiated? Soon as you say substantiate, you like, yeah, that's it never said it was true. And it gives itself the ability to evolve as new evidence emerges. So I could change on this if I want. I could say this is, this is, I got to be careful not to say this is a fact though. Because it hasn't been proven to be true. But I could use a bunch of words to make it beautiful and sound like, yo, this is the truth. But it is a theory. What was that word they use? Substantiate. Provide evidence to support or prove the truth of. That's what substantiate. In the case of a theory, substantiation is used to provide evidence to support or prove the truth of what? The observed phenomena that helps us understand, explain, and make prediction. What is the phenomena? White people arrived 10,000 years ago from nowhere. That is a phenomenon. That is probably what we are talking about, because that's what the science community told me, that they showed up around that time. Then a whole bunch of stuff broke out. Yo, they evolved. It got crazy. Everybody started yelling from the bleachers. No, they got lighter and lighter and lighter. It was just a bunch of theories. Here's a fact. Fact is, a day on Venus is longer than its year. Venus has an extremely slow axis rotation, taking 243 Earth days to rotate once, while its orbit around the sun takes only 225 Earth days. That's crazy. But it's a fact. It's a fact. Pure water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius. That's a fact. Here's a fact. Natural selection does not rewrite DNA. These are facts. Facts are irrefutable and impossible to deny or disprove. These are the facts. What is a hypothesis? A supposition or exposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. Well, what is this supposition? Suppositions and uncertain belief. So you got an uncertain belief. You're not certain about it, but you believe. I'm going to explain what I believe. That's your hypothesis. You're allowed to do that. You are allowed to do that. Facts versus hypothesis. Comparing facts to a hypothesis is like testing a blueprint against a real building. Right? The facts represent the actual built structure, what is observed and measured in reality. The hypothesis is the blueprint. Right? That is how you want it to turn out. And this is the reason you're going to give it to me. Like, let's see if we can actually create this. Well, the problem is you're gonna have to go out and get everything now. You're gonna go out and get the resources, the workers, put in the time that know what they're doing and make it know how to read that blueprint and make it look exactly like that. Now, gene mutation was brought up a lot. Genetic mutation is a change in a sequence of your DNA. Your DNA sequence gives your cells the information they need to perform their function. If part of your DNA sequence is in the wrong place, isn't complete, or is damaged, you might experience symptoms of what? A genetic condition, gene mutation. Genetic mutations contributing to human traits like skin color is a scientific fact. The theory that mutation or a set of mutations created a racial group is a hypothesis. This is a uncertain belief that you have. According to science, not me. I'm not talking about skin color. What I'm talking about transcends skin color. If it was the only skin color, I wish. But the patterns I'm talking about are deeper than that. They actually affect the body on Earth. Like your body can become weaker just from being in the sunlight if there's no interruption through medical care or diet and all this other stuff. But UV will do it alone. All right, that's a problem, my boy. Now, I didn't say he was going to drop dead today. But surely you have to understand my curiosity. Why is that not a problem for some other people? So, what I noticed, people do is what my wife would do. She's going to start an argument about something else instead of addressing that, right? Only because I don't want to go out without a fight. I want to win a little something. So you say, yeah, but dark people, when they get in low environments, how about if we not in low environments? Let's stay right there. Why you talk about when black people get in low UV environments? How about if we not, nobody's in an overly UV populated place environment or an under. We're just out here in the regular, just a balanced UV environment. Let's just stay right there. My concern was, why does this group still have to experience these unfortunate things and another group doesn't? I don't even think, like, I don't know why people triggered in the wrong way. I don't know. I don't know. People want to run off and they want to argue about everything else. I let stay right there. Oh, because it's a gene mutation. Really? All right. Not answering my question, but objective science. Objective science aims to describe the world based on verifiable facts and evidence, free from personal beliefs, biases, or values, using the rigorous, repeatable scientific method to ensure findings are accurate testable, and universally accessible, representing the world as it is rather than how we wish it to be. I always felt it was important to deal with objective science. Dealing with objective science, one of the tools is something called quantitative data. Quantitative data is usually considered the gold standard for achieving maximum objectivity because it relies on what? Verifiable numbers, statistics, and replicable measurement. Quantitative data consists of numerical, measurable information, counts, measurements, scores, percentages. It is the backbone of objectivity in most natural sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, medicine, and many applied fields. Qualitative data is not less scientific. It's complementary and often indispensable. It helps science remain grounded in real-world complexity and prevents overly simplistic numerical conclusions. Qualitative data consists of non-numerical information, words, observation, descriptions, themes, images, interviews, behaviors, documents. It's more common in social sciences. I think it's definitely relevant in this conversation because as I stated in the beginning, we're kind of dealing with a mix of two worlds. We are dealing with social science, a little bit of anthropology there, but we're also dealing with biology at the same time. There is no quantitative data set showing that natural selection turned people Caucasian. There's no quantitative data. Now, let me say something. I like to have fun in my shows, and I did this show over here like this today because anybody that on this show today, I could pull anybody up. So if you want to come up, you let me know. And usually I like to be more lax, laid back, have fun. But because the conversation took the turn, people start spewing out anything. I said, oh, we got to slow this way down. I'll let people come up, show their facts, get busy. I present what I got. We could go busy. We could bang it out. One of us will be right, one of us will be wrong. So that's why I did it on this platform today. So there is no quantitative data set showing that natural selection turned people Caucasian. That's a myth. There's no quantitative data that UVB thresholds that determines how much eumelanin a population keeps or that can deplete eumelanin from a population. That idea does not exist also in biology. There is qualitative data that certain light-skinned ales appeared in spread in Europe relatively recently. These ales are not universal among light-skinned populations. Different populations reach lighter pigmentation via different genes. What that qualitative data didn't show, it did not show, has no account of a starting population becoming white. So people just, again, it's a guessing game. And I don't want to have an emotional conversation about a guessing game. And it gets emotional when you start calling other people out their name for a hypothesis. You standing on a whole hypothesis, but you don't know you standing on a hypothesis because really you doing barbershop talk, in all God's honesty, right? You done heard something from somewhere that said natural selection was the reason that we got white men. And if you're speaking in scientific terms, you can't really say that. You can't call them white, right? But we do it anyway. So we say, yeah, natural selection, turning people white. So then you got me out here and intelligent thinking like, yo, how can I be? Now that was a gene mutation. And then people just kept on mating with each other. And then I'm sitting there thinking like, yo, bro, do you know the complexity of the body? Like this is not like a tin can, bro. This is, I don't know if you know how resilient and totally specific this body is when it comes to it being designed for pretty much everything. This is why the mad scientists keep trying to take us out, and then it don't be working, so they keep on trying. Which, if you read the old records from the old world, this ain't the first time they tried. They tried what Dr. Fauci tried. That's not the first time they tried like this with the people of Earth. So what people specifically went into the mountains according to your hypothesis and slowly became white? What group of people? You don't know. Never mind. You don't got no qualitative data on that. No narrative explaining why the other high latitude groups stayed dark. So you got other, again, what happened to the other people that was even higher than Europe and colder climates than Europe, and they remain dark? Like, for instance, the Paleo-Siberians. No explanation that excludes migration, isolation. Why did they leave? In your theory, why did they leave? Do you have a story? Yo, there was war. Do you have a story? No, you don't have a story because, in all honesty, you don't even know that happened. But it's your best logical and rational excuse that that's what had to happen, right? No, that's not what had to happen, but it could have happened. You're absolutely right. That could have happened. Or what I said could have happened. That white people didn't come from this planet. Or what I said could have happened. Why are you assuming that because we have flying aircrafts now, that this planet has never seen flying aircrafts before the last 2 centuries? When, in fact, there's so much literature of people talking about chariots of fire and flying objects. What do you think a chariot of fire is? What do you think it is? You sip on that for a second while I just pour some of this. Hold on. What do you think a chariot of fire is? No reason to label the outcome as inevitable or optimal, so even qualitatively, the story is fragmented and conditional. Gene mutation. Couple of questions. What caused these mutations? You don't know. I respect it. I didn't really expect for you to know. But I do know that when people are trying to defend natural selection, they always say, yo, UV wasn't the only thing, saying we deal with diet. That's the next thing, that we dealing with diet. Okay, what was the diet? How do you know they had an improper diet? How do we know that they didn't have the best diet ever? Do you know that for sure? Do you know what they were eating? Do you know how much nutrients was in the food that would cause this type of gene mutation that you're inferring to? No, you don't, but it sounds great when you say it, and you say it loud, and you repeat somebody else's what you done heard somewhere. It sounds sexy until somebody else comes and slows the conversation down. Like, we moving kind of fast. You yelling out UV, you yelling out gene mutation, you yelling out diet. How do you know they didn't already have a diet that complemented vitamin D? Do you know what was in their diet? You do not know because you are full of hypotheses and theories. What do you say is a little bit of exposure to UV? Do you know this would cause this for a fact, or does it make perfect sense to you in all rationale? In all rationale, this could cause a gene mutation. That's what you're saying. Oh yeah, the Nazca lines are crazy. Winter mentioned the Nazca lines. The Nazca lines, come on, the Nazca lines are bananas. That's something. Yo, how do they explain that? How do they explain that? Right? I've tried to explain the Nazca lines in my head, like, well, they could have. Some guy could have just came down here, like a whole society could have been like working on an area with shovels, and but I figured that guess what? By now, that would have withered away. The fact that you can still see the Nazca lines today, which means wind didn't cover it up with dirt, which makes you think, what is that? How'd y'all do that? No, seriously, how'd you do that? Did you do that with shovels? That's some work right there. Just as impressive as crop circles. Crop circles are way more impressive. One time I was on a flight and I seen some crop circles out. It bugged me the hell out. I looked down and I seen crop circles, and the design was so intricate. I'm like, I don't know if farmers are out here. You got time? You and your peoples had time to do that? Oh, I don't know, bro. What is a scientific fact? Natural selection does not rewrite DNA code. You can look it up. You can ask a friend. You can ask a professor. We will. Don't worry though. One thing, if you stay to the end of this video, one thing you will understand, because I started off slow, but one thing you will understand is DNA by the end of the video. That's why I'm not doing too much, because I actually wanted this to be a video where people were able to learn, come back to the video, right? What are scientific theories in today's lesson? Evolution by natural selection. Evolution by natural selection is a theory that explains the mechanism for how the observed change drive evolutionary adaptation over time. This is a theory. So, what I want my audience to understand, whether you're watching this live, whether you're watching this on the replay, I'm not telling you not to believe in what I'm telling you is it is a theory. It is not a fact. It's something they strongly believe, but they obviously haven't proven it. And I don't want your excuse of why you can't prove it now. Oh, we can't prove it. Yeah. I didn't ask you why you can't prove it. You have not proven it. Otherwise, it would be a fact and it wouldn't remain hypotheses or theory. So what I would like is your humility when you are discussing these things. That's what I would really like. That's what I would prefer. Your humility when you are discussing these things. Do not come to my show coked up, geeked up, shroomed out, off of a pint of such and such. Don't come over here with that and be dead wrong the whole time you're talking and offending other people. It's crazy. A single or set of mutations created a racially group is a simplified hypothesis. That's a hypothesis in the theory that these gene mutations created who we call the white people, the white man. That you don't know that, and I don't know that. So enjoy your scholarship. Get out here and get busy and work for it just like me. You understand? I'm in the books. Hours. Hundreds of hours. Get out here and get busy. Don't tell me what one person said. By the way, we will get to these one people. You understand? Now, there was a guy named George Boole, 19th century English mathematician who developed Boolean algebra in the 1840s to the 1850s, a form of algebra that deals exclusively with logical operations instead of numbers. You understand? He created what we know today as Boolean algebra, mathematical logic. I learned this in college. Actually, I learned this in university when I was getting my master's degree. I studied computer science, information technology, and information systems. They was all studying the same thing, but then I wanted to graduate, so I just say, okay, let's finish it out with information systems because I need to get out of here. And the programming courses was kicking my butt, and I'm like, I can't. I just want to get out of here because I really didn't learn anything until after I graduated. I didn't have time to learn anything while I was there because they want you to pass the classes. It's like not enough time. So I'm just trying to do things to pass to get a good grade. But none of it wasn't really sinking in yet. Anyway, I do remember something called Boolean. And what I remember about Boolean is how to tell if something was true or false. So if A was false and B is false, you're going to get the outcome of false. The result is going to be false. It's if A is false and B is true, you're still going to get an outcome of false. If A is true and B is false, though, you still get an outcome of false. But if A is true and B is true, then the outcome is true. This is Boolean logic. Adaptation. Adaptation is the evolutionary process where organisms develop traits, behaviors, or internal functions that improve their ability to survive and reproduce in a specific environment driven by natural selection. And these can be physical, behavioral, or physiological. I'm going to read that again. Adaptation is the evolutionary process where organisms develop traits, behaviors, or internal functions that what? That improve their ability to what? Keyword is survive. Don't ever forget that. That's the key word. When you talk about adapting, evolve, and adapt, you're talking about what you having to do to survive. That's what you're talking about. Adaptation is not proof of improvement. It is proof of survival under pressure. That's what we're talking about. When something changes in the system, the original balance is gone. Whatever replaces it is not the same. Calling that outcome progress is an interpretation, not a fact. And this is where language, see, this is why I just wanted to have a slow conversation. I'm not even doing this video for views. It's more for a coherent conversation that I could just leave right there and point to when people need to reflect on it. Because sometimes we move so fast that shifts take place and we don't even recognize it. So we out here acting as if the adaptation is an improvement. Who said there was an improvement? It was something that needed to be done if you wanted to survive. But adaptation happens after loss, not before it. So, adaptation does not equal optimization. This is where people misuse the word. In biology, psychology, and society, adaptation often means damage control. Let's have a conversation. Not better, not ideal, just less dead. That's it. Some examples. Stress hormones keep you alive. Well, it also shortens your lifespan. Right? I read some reports this week that was trying to make it seem like ionization stress was a good thing. Oh, really? If A is false and B is true, the result is false. So, stress hormones do you keep you alive. Oh, congratulations. See, A is true. Yo. We didn't get to B yet. B says you're going to shorten up your lifespan. Oh, so was that an optimization? The result is false. False. If A is true and B is false, the result is false. Scar tissue stabilizes. True. But reduces function. Oh. Was this an optimization? False. Mutations persist. True. Even if they lower overall resilience. Was this an optimization? False. Most people assume change equals adaptation equals improvement, but the real change is change, threat, response, stability at any cost. That's your adaptation. Stability at any cost. But they're not going to talk about the trade-offs that happen, right? Complexity loss, energy inefficiency, reduced potential, long-term fragility. So, what I would like to do again, like I said, is I want to bring the conversation down to earth. Let's slow it way down. Been paying attention to these earthlings. Things have been known to just run off, run amok, right? You got real estate just climbing, going out of control. And I'm not arguing with the fact that real estate will always make money. You got gold running out of control. But this is not the first time gold has been $4,000 an ounce. It was $4,000 an ounce in the 80s. Then how did it get back down? Don't ask me. Don't ask me, right? Bitcoin running out of control, right? Tulip bubble. That's what we do down here. We just run off with things. Nobody slows it down until it breaks. 2008 housing bubble. Subprime mortgages. Nobody slows it down until it breaks. That was a travesty because the banks got the bailouts and the people walk away smelling like jockstrap juice. Let's keep going. So, I just wanted to mention and bring to your consciousness that adaptation does not equal optimization always. Instead of adaptation, a more honest term in many cases would be containment, compensation, emergency stabilization, or survival restructuring. One thing we should keep in mind when we hear this word adaptation is what the system sacrificed in order to survive. Now, I told you I learned a lot while I was studying this particular topic. People are quick to just yell out things like gene mutation. Yeah, that's what caused it. As if the body is that weak and fragile that this was just happening willy-nilly. These gene mutations that they keep repeating. Why? Because but listen, they'll say anything before they even give my theory a shot in the dark. You understand? Well, you are proposing, Jamel, that these people did not originate here, and it sounds absurd. We'll see if it sounds absurd or not. But it is a theory. You have your theories and I have mine. And I read some history, be it made that you call it myth, that these people were created. If in fact that you said these people were created in the likeness of who? In the likeness of superior ones, the Elohim, the powerful ones. If in fact they did create these beings on this earth and they was powerful and highly technically advanced, then I think they would have been like, nah, we gotta make them resilient for this environment so they could keep working and keep working and keep working. So we will create them in the likeness of other humans. But what we will do is give them a little bit something extra that will enhance their ability. Now, when you talk about this melanin, you talk about, we're going to get into a lot of the abilities that it definitely has. But it's not just melanin, it's the entire body, right? Now, this is my belief. And obviously nobody been agreeing with me, so you don't have to agree with me. I know I don't have to tell you that. But I do believe that this particular race of people that we might be calling the black people, obviously, since we've been down here, we've been procreating with one another, and there's been a variation of different colors and complexions, which we'll find out later why. I'll explain all of that in my later slides. But the black people down here, I think we were the byproduct of a white race and the reptilians coming together and saying, not just it wasn't just the Atlanteans or the Hatoni Council, who you may call the Federation, the Galactic Federation, which did include mainly humans, all humans, having a conversation about sharing this earth with the reptilians and them forming a totally new species of people. That being the case, the Atlanteans, who are described as tall whites with blue eyes and blonde hair, working on this project, would naturally be like, all right, well, this atmosphere ain't the best for us, but we could do. But if we're gonna create a people, we would make a people that would be, that this atmosphere would be sufficient and efficient for them. They won't have to go through what we go through down here on this planet, because this ain't really our planet. So we would give them something extra. Now, suppose I'm right. I could be dead wrong, but I could be dead right too. That's the thing. I could be wrong, but so could they. And nobody slowly became Caucasian in the mountains. We could all be wrong. Totally. So we all pushing for our theories. However, I look at the body, I say, damn, this is intricate. Look, the body has multiple layers of error correction that actively resist long-term genetic change. DNA is not copied blindly. That's number one. So when you just mutting out words like gene mutation, please understand it takes a lot for natural gene mutation. When cells copy DNA, it is not like typing without spell check. DNA replication includes proofreading enzymes, mismatch repair systems, damage detection and repair, cell suicide if damage is too great. This means most mutations never survive, never even leave a single cell. So it's not that type of party where you could just think everything, oh, it was a gene mutation and it turned people white. Yo, I have my reasons for not believing what the man in the white coat is saying to me. I don't have to believe what the man in the white coat is saying to me. First of all, the man in the white coat has been proven to be a liar time and time again. And then when he gets caught in a lie, he just changes it. It's called a paradigm shift. We will see again the latest paradigm shift. And I will explain exactly what I'm saying to you. And the government has backed his latest paradigm shift. But I'm going to explain to you because I say these things and I don't know if you believe me. Then somebody comes over here rolling off a bean. He's getting crazy in the comments. You like, yo, son is cooking. And he's just cooking a pot of nothing. Let's get busy. Let's get busy, though. The body has multiple layers. I read that. Okay. DNA polymerase proofreading. The enzymes that copies DNA checks its own work. If it adds the wrong base, it detects the mismatch, removes it, inserts the correct one. This alone reduces errors by 99.9%. Let's keep going. Mismatch repair, second pass. So far we've had one pass, two pass of just checking. This is called error correction. I discovered error correction in college studying computers. I just want you to know how I've always said your body is the first computer. Your body is the first computer. But keep on watching the show, and I'm going to show you by the end of the show exactly how. I promise you that. If you have to leave and go, you come back, do whatever you have to do. But it will be a lot of information. I was speaking to Uncle Andy before the show, and I promise you it will be a lot of information in this show. It's just that some of the stuff that I had to say, I needed to say before we got started, but we will start to warm up right about now. You understand? Right. So other enzymes can scan the DNA after copying. They look for bulges, mispaired bases. Then they cut out the error and fix it. Right? All right. Cells constantly fix radiation damage, oxidative damage, chemical damage. If repair fails, the cell is stopped from dividing or destroyed. Again, I just want to ask a question. That type of activity happens very well with the people with eumelanin. Why? Because that is why it is there. It's designed to prevent any type of radiation damage. All I'm doing, I didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I heard what the Sumerians said. They say, yo, we created a man from the earth. Okay, I heard you. I heard what the Hebrews said when they stole the stories from the Mesopotamian civilizations. They said the Elohim, the great ones, designed man after their likeness to replenish the earth. Well, means to redo again, repopulate the earth. What happened the first time? I don't know. They won't tell us. I can't say that information is in the Vatican. I can't say it is not. What I'm saying is I do believe somebody knows, but they're not going to tell us. What I'm saying is these people wrote replenish the earth. They could have just said, if we're talking about the genes of Isis, what do you mean about the genes of Isis? Okay, if we talk about Genesis, Isis, generations of Isis, genes of Isis, I don't know. That's what they called it, Genesis. I was unaware I wasn't supposed to call it the gene of Isis. But if we talk about the beginning, because who is Isis other than another name for Ninhersak, in my opinion? Huh? Who is the mother of the humanity and one of the oldest civilizations that we know about? Who is Ninhersak? She created mankind. So going back to my original question, all right, the melanin helps protect against radiation, oxidative stress, and chemical damage. Why did people get mad at me for bringing up the fact that there's a group of people out here that don't have those same capabilities? So it would. Am I wrong for wanting to get to the bottom of that? Oh no, Jamal, you're not wrong. Don't pay these people no mind. All right, cool. The body has multiple layers of error correction that actively resist long-term genetic change. There's a kill switch. If DNA damage is too severe, the cell self-destructs. Again, I want you guys to know the reason I took my time to make all these slides is because I want, when these conversations come up and people start talking loud, I don't know. Frank Lucas said the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. When they start talking loud, getting emotional, you understand, ad hominem attacks, attacking you because of your belief system, it's because you won't get in line. You won't get, but there is something intuitively telling you don't get in line. Right? There's something stopping you from getting in line and being led to the slaughterhouse where they could chop up your cognition and your conscious and your subconscious the way they want to and have you out here like an android. You won't do it. People get upset. Yo, you know whatever. This is called groupthink. A fool, an idiot would know that. You just a dumbass if you don't want to acknowledge. Acknowledge what? I'm a dumbass because I don't want to acknowledge your hypothesis. Good sir, good ma'am, I've acknowledged your hypothesis. I've acknowledged your hypothesis has been acknowledged. Your theory has been acknowledged. What else you want from me? You want me to commit to your theory. You want me to commit to your hypothesis. Good luck with that. How can I commit to your theory? I got my own theories working out. Right? So now you're looking at me like, yo, who is you to have your own theories? We all believe in this. Yo, check this out, blood. Personally, I don't think y'all know what y'all talking about. That's me, though. I think a broken clock is right twice a day. And I think y'all on to something. But I don't think y'all got it 100%. That's what I think. But let me finish telling you about your body. Your body's not some whimsical man made out of straw. Like, no. Whatever made us, whether it was just science that evolved, sky gods, actual other humans from different star constellations that got together to work on a project called the Homo sapiens sapien, the human being here for this planet, that did involve the Atlanteans and the reptilians working together, and the Maldakians possibly working together, and the Pleiadians working together. whatever really happened, this body is resilient for people with melanation. Oh, is it? What if all of this racism that we know today, that would never have existed back then? Like they would have knew what we was talking about, but they wouldn't have understood why we was really beefing over that, right? Because that's how insignificant it would have been to them. So what? They're a different color. They probably would have just explained to you why you a different color because we added this substance in. They would have then explained to you that they added this substance for these reasons here. And they just would have felt it was primitive and elementary to even go back and forth. But because we've been left to our own demise down here for so long, and there has been a greater population that don't know the truth than there is the people that know the truth. But now, before you say that's not possible, do understand how many people run the earth and how many people are slaves to the people that run the earth. Way less people run the earth. There's billions of people under like 100 people that possibly run the earth, right? The people that run the earth is possibly under 1,000. Think about that. We don't know. We don't know. We assume these people are people like you and I. They could be what we call extraterrestrials, right? That don't want that type of talk. Why would they want that type of talk? For you to figure this out. Me and my wife, we talk around 4 o'clock in the morning a lot, right? It'll just be quiet in there so we kind of know like the other person is awake. And we have these conversations. That's when we have our best conversations. And last night she was telling me something that she noticed with the with the school system that they're not really teaching. And I said, I've been telling you this. I said, why do you think I make the girl do Khan Academy? I had to tell my daughter, you know, this is not a punishment. She said, it's not. I said, no, it's not a punishment. I said, your teachers are not teaching you. And you're going to be left holding the bag for whatever reason. I don't want to make excuses for them, right? But all I know is they're not teaching you. How do I know this? Because I ask you every day, what did you learn? What's your homework? Oh, I don't have any homework. So they're not giving any homework because the teachers have been given the choice now to give homework or not give homework. All right, cool. They chose not to give homework. Fine. What did you learn? Well, today she gave us a coloring assignment. When I heard that, I like to lose my mind. My daughter's in 8th grade. I said, what are you talking about? She gave you a coloring assignment in 8th grade? You coloring? In math class? That went on for a while, weeks. I like to get my wife involved before I get involved because if I get involved, it's going to be a problem. She knows this. So I said, listen, you got to talk to these people before I go down there and ask them what the hell is going on. Why this lady ain't start teaching math yet? Is she doing everything in the world except teaching math? So I didn't wait. I started my daughter on Khan Academy and we started going over math together to make sure that she knows algebra and pre-calculus because I want my daughter to be ahead of the game when it comes to calculus. She has to know calculus because I want her to understand physics. If you can't be used, you're useless. So if nobody could use you later on, I don't know where this government is out here lying about how many jobs is out here. You understand? I'm fully aware of what's going on. She ain't believe me, my wife. Now she sees what's going on. She's like, yo, the teachers is not even equipped, number one, to even teaching these subjects. They've never taught these subjects before. They don't. I know this. I've been telling you this. I already told you she might have been an art teacher and they just moved her over to math because she's apprehensive about teaching math, which probably says to me she's giving herself more time to get familiar with it. She don't understand it. Why would you put somebody else in that position to teach something to somebody else who's relying on this knowledge for the future? When these people get out of 12th grade, they are in a continent-wide, worldwide competition of who could be used. And most of them cannot be used for anything outside of physical labor. They're not going to make the mark. They're not going to make the mark. Our leadership has abandoned us, and they say, yo, check this out. We'll just get some Chinese students. We need 600,000. Is that not a weird thing to say? That we need 600,000 Chinese students in our... Is that not a weird thing to say? Nonetheless, I got a lot of slides to do. The whole thing is they don't want you to know. That's my point. They don't want you to know about nothing. Damn sure don't want you to know about your body. Damn sure don't want you to know about your history. But let us continue on. Only mutations that... So what survives? Only mutations that evade detection, occur in reproductive cells, do not kill the organism, do not reduce reproduction. These are extremely rare. That rarity is why evolution is slow, large jumps are implausible, and stability dominates biology. Let's keep going. Natural selection requires variation. However, biology actively suppresses variation. So, it is okay to consider someone's theory on natural selection. But my whole point in doing this is that it is not the end all. They did not pull out an ace of spades on you like, yo, natural selection, gene mutation. Yo, check this out. Let's slow the whole conversation down because now you're just spewing out jargon. That's what you're doing. You're just spewing out words right now. But guess what? There's a winter storm coming, blood, and I don't got no work today. So we could do the tango. We could do the tango and slow this whole conversation down. When it says I'm a problem until the husband gets mad, then I'm like, yeah. All right. I've spoken about Miss Nina, or I should say Dr. Nina Jobolinsky and her husband George Chaplin before. Nina Grace Jobolinsky is an American anthropologist and a paleobiologist known for her research into the evolution of skin color in humans. I might try to get her on the show. I think she's teaching over at Penn State. Actually, I got to clean up my YouTube. When people come over here, they be like, nah. First they agree, then they watch a couple of YouTubes, and they're like, nah. So I just got to stop trolling so much. She is engaged in public education about human evolution, human diversity, and racism. Nina Jablonski argues that the human skin color evolved primarily as an adaptation to ultraviolet radiation in the environment. Her theory is 41 years of her theory is 41 years old. According to her, dark skin evolved near the equator to protect against UV damage. That's curious to me when she says dark skin evolved. But again, me and her don't believe the same thing. But evolve from what is the question. Anyway, especially folate destruction and skin cancer. While lighter skin evolved in northern low UV regions to improve vitamin D production, which requires UV light, in her model, melanin levels adjust based on UV intensity. Now, a lot of people that want to debate, want to argue, whatever the case is, they use her work. I don't think there's anything wrong if you know what her work is, but her work has been simplified and altered and given legs, and she has even acknowledged that wait, a lot of you guys are using my work and that's not even what I'm saying. So she explicitly emphasizes skin color is a clinical trait. She says there are no biological races. She says light skin is recent. Now, for the rest of the show, if you did catch the beginning of my show, you will now see what I'm saying about certain terminologies. You understand better. That's why I had to take that, whatever, how long it took, an hour, whatever it took. We did that. We did that, right? Because now we will see where the problem lies. It's in the terminologies. So, number one, there is no biological race. So I can't come to Miss Nina and say white people. She's going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Light skin is recent. I'm talking, obviously, she's a doctor. She knows what I'm talking about. She's very intelligent. But if she's speaking from the scientific perspective, there's no label for that scientifically. That's what I mean. Light skin is recent. There's the word light skin. Fragile and comes with cost. Dark skin is protective and ancient. All right. She has publicly criticized misuse of evolution to justify racial hierarchy. Many people shorten her position into the misleading phrase, natural selection made Europeans white. And we've seen this right here on this show. Right? We've seen this. So that is not the case. She does not even believe that. And she is one of the leading experts when it comes to this topic. Let's keep going. Now, there was one thing when she said, it's one thing that left me intrigued. Nina saying that there is no biological race. It threw me for a loop because for the last 200 years, there's definitely been, from what I perceive as biological races. So I said, what would make her say this, right? But there's no biological race. But again, if you watch the beginning of my show, I explained to you, if you haven't watched the beginning of my show, then obviously catch it tomorrow, start from the beginning. But I explained what is causing the problem. We have social, legal silos. These are your politicians. These are your people who are civic leaders. They're giving out labels so that they can accurately provide a census. Right? They have their own reasons for why they're out here labeling people and groups. But then you got the scientific community. They don't really deal with the same labels and groups. Yet we have to deal. Common man has to deal with both. We have to deal with both. So I said, all right, why would you say that? So what I would like to do now and this is where it gets tricky on StreamYard, is I would like to play some audio for you to listen to something just so that I can better strengthen my argument on why she might have said that. But we have to listen to the audio, and I hope it plays because this is StreamYard and strange things happen. Hold on. All right. Well, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can play it. Let me know if you hear this. If you don't hear it, we'll start over. Can you hear that or no? If you can't hear it, let me know. You know what? Let me just try to do it another way. Not an extra camera, image file, share screen. All right, we can do share screen. Let me do share screen. Entire screen. This one here. Add the audio. Share. All right, cool. Let's remove that one. Add to stage. Boom. All right. Now we should be able to.
Think tanks and research institutes. Research institutes, sometimes called think tanks, are organizations that focus on research in a particular area. Often they're more agenda-driven than colleges or universities, and they often receive funding from people who support a certain cause, such as a political party.
Can anybody tell me if we good? Winter or Roby or Uncle Andy, can somebody tell me if we good? If y'all hearing that audio when I play it? A thumbs up will be fine from anybody. 100. Thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you. All right, good. Now they're talking about think tanks.
Think tanks and research institutes. Research institutes, sometimes called think tanks, are organizations that focus on research in a particular area. Often they're more agenda-driven than colleges or universities, and they often receive funding from people who support a certain cause, such as a political party, children's welfare, human rights, access to healthcare, arms control, environmental justice. People with an interest in social issues like these have an interest in gathering facts that will help them accomplish their mission most effectively, or garner support for their cause. Trained sociologists who are familiar with research findings and skilled in conducting studies often work at these organizations alongside psychologists, political scientists, experienced journalists, and other experts. These organizations often publish research reports that can affect policy and rally the public around a cause. When you hear a news report about a current study whose results sound provocative, for example, that test scores are higher in communities with school choice programs, it often comes from an organization like one of these. Nonprofit organizations. Every nonprofit organization, from the American Heart Association to the Girl Scouts to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, has a mission it is seeking to accomplish. And sociologists often work with these organizations to help them do so most effectively and efficiently. A sociologist can help make this decision based on what other sociologists have discovered, or perhaps conduct a study to see what has worked best in other contexts. The people who do this work may or may not call themselves sociologists, but in systematically gathering and analyzing information about the social world, they are doing sociology. Governments are the biggest nonprofits of all, and they face all the same challenges on a much larger scale. At all levels and in all units of government, sociologists can help shape policy and allocate funding so that the many goals of government, from educating children to keeping the peace, are met as successfully as possible.
All right. So my question now, because we are a society of majors and intellectuals, and we all feel something over here, right? So if you're over here in the society, you feel something is going on, you can't explain what's going on. We don't have the proof because there's another energy that's probably working just as hard not to be recognized and stay obscure. Fine. But we know we're not crazy. We know we just watched these people in 2019. I have to use my language correctly, but we seen what they did. We seen what happened. We could say it was by mistake. Hey, this escaped. Yo, I didn't know it was gonna cause this. Yo, you shut down the whole world, bro. Bro, what are you talking about? You shut down the whole world. The whole world had to shut down. Then you tried to fix it real quick through some emails and phone calls. I don't know if that was going to put the genie back in the bottle, but you definitely would partner up with some people that had been talking about depopulation. They was using all type of words that made us really think, right? They were kind of like forcing certain things, forcing the belief in unnecessary inoculations. No, you need it. You need it. You're like, I don't know if we need it. The body is designed pretty robust. Yeah, but I'm telling you. So we seen that there was weapons formed against us, but we just didn't know from who, where. They tried to erase this. Period. It was, hey, there's no such thing as a female, there's no such thing as a male. Just however you feel, right? So things that we had been used to, constructs that we understood, they really wanted to like obliterate all of those constructs, right? What I noticed was they wanted to introduce one word, and the way to introduce it was, in my opinion, was kind of sneaky. The word was trans. But to get us to keep repeating trans, let's start some controversy over another trans. The trans that nobody's paying attention to. Transvestites. Like nobody's paying attention to them. Let's give them a credence. Let's slap a label on them. Get them out there. As long as they keep saying trans, that's what we really want. Because the more they accept that and normalize that, then they will be more susceptible to implement the idea of transhumanism when the time is right. And we got a good few years before that happened. So, who do we need to get involved so that we could get support? So they get all the people in one room. Now, like I said before, Miss Nina Jobelinsky is the leading authority when it comes to um I would say skin color, melanation, but she's talking about there's no biological races. She's not alone in the science community, but she is at a high status. So when she says it, if she says it, more people are prone to listen. So I said she says that because she truly believes it, and she might, and I'm not saying she's wrong. Or was she saying it because she has to play her part? She has to play her part for what we will know as the New World Order. What is race and who invented the concept? The modern concept of race as a fixed hierarchical biological classification of humans is relatively recent and emerged in Europe during the age of exploration and enlightenment. It was invented by one person but developed through a series of thinkers and social forces, often tied to colonialism, slavery, and justifying inequality. Now, as I as I as I have said on the show before, we're going into a new dispensation where the old, and this is more my opinion, but in my opinion, I don't think they're going to care too much about if you're black and all of this stuff. That was useful before where we're going. Where we're going, they don't even have enough jobs for everybody. They just won't tell you that yet. So they have to consider things like universal basic income, all this. So everything that we knew in the last dispensation, we don't need all of that stuff. We no longer need the tiered society that once was, and the one pigmentation being put over another pigmentation to keep order. We don't need that. The people that we call black are still going through post traumatic syndrome, though. Like, we're still going through that because it hasn't. We're not that far removed from it, right? It was slavery. It was cops killing blacks for no reason. Nobody doing nothing about it. We're not that far removed. It was mass incarceration. We're not that far removed from it. Um, Other populations just saying, "Yo, stop being lazy." like, like nobody's gonna. So it's trying to make us seem like we're crazy and just lazy, and like now these things never happen. Life is fair to everybody. It's like, no, life is not fair to everybody on this continent. Then go somewhere else. So we're not that far from move. So I understand why the people they call the black people are bugging out. They're not really bugging out, but it seems like, yo, we still got a gripe. What I've noticed though is the people we call the white people are starting to get more frustrated because the system is already showing signs that, like, yo, we got to get rid of that old way. And from what I'm seeing, the white people are already flipping out, right? And this is my opinion. They're already flipping out. Yeah, I don't like this new stuff, right? We need to go back to the old way. However, there's no way to put this back in the bottle. We're not even going back there. So you will adjust to the new world order. But you're not paying it. You watching TikTok and Instagram and all type of malaki. You're not paying attention to the people who, the technocrats, right? Who are giving money to the legislators and the capitalists who are giving money to the legislative body. You're not paying attention because you just want some relaxation. That's fine. I think you deserve it. You work hard enough, right? That's why you were created to work. However, it would do you well to pay attention so you can see the future. You don't necessarily have to be on the Akashic records to see what was going on in the future. If you just pay attention to what's going on in the room, then you get a vibe and say, oh, okay. Now, if they've been lying about jobs and now they talk about universal basic income, that's just logic right there. That there's not gonna be enough jobs, and they're trying to figure out how does everybody live. You might not live great, but they're going to provide and make sure that is there for you. Either way, this is going to affect everybody. So they don't have plans to just give jobs to white people. So what they've been doing now is to give the people who we call white people a reality check. Everything that you used to know as regular has now been challenged, and it's like white cops are getting sent to jail for murder, finally, because that's what it's been, right? So this is the system's way of slowly letting you know, like, we change. It's a warning, really, like, we change it. You got to change with the system. Otherwise, you will be smashed to smithereens. And you're not going to like it. Late 16th, 17th century, the word race entered English, meaning lineage, breed, or kind, and was used more broadly for nation, ethnic groups, or family lines. Early hints of modern usage appeared amid European encounters with diverse peoples during colonialization and the transatlantic slave trade. Some scholars point to mid-17th century colonial America, Virginia laws in the 1660s, 1619s, where distinctions hardened between Europeans, whites, and Africans, indigenous people, to justify permanent enslavement and divide the laboring class. Almost had one. What is race and who invented the concept? 1684, French traveler Francois Bernier published one of the earliest explicit attempts to divide the world into races or species based on physical traits observed during travels. The book was New Division of the Earth by different species of races of man that inhabit it. And it is considered the first published post-classical classification of humans into distinct races. 1684. 1735, you get the Swedish naturalist Carl Linnaeus and his system Nature formed classified humans into 4 varieties tied to continents and temperaments: Europeans, whites, Asians, Americans, and Africans. Europeans, Asians, Americans, and Africans. This was part of his broader taxonomic system for all life, but applied hierarchical ideas to humans. As most of them did. And usually the white man was at the top. I don't know why they would be so primitive to think. I don't know. But I just had a guy on just last week that said that there was a cognitive gene said white people were more dominant, right? He was 22, so he could be out here listening to Nick Fuentes. I don't know why people think or feel like this, but it could be data. I don't know. 1749, 1775. French naturalist George Louis Leclerc introduced race as a scientific term for human variety shaped by environment, viewing them as deviations from an original form. That's interesting. Deviations from the original form. What is the original form? Then you have this guy who's I've spoken to you about plenty of times. German anthropologist Johann Friedrich Blumenbach expanded this on the natural varieties of mankind, proposing 5 races: Caucasian, which he deemed the original and most beautiful, coining the term from the Caucasus region, the Mongolian, the Ethiopian, the African, and the Malayan. Blumenbach saw them as varieties within one species, but his work influenced later hierarchical views. So obviously he scientifically he would have been wrong, right? Because if the white man was scientifically, if he was the original, and then the variations came from him, then they would have been born imperfect, and then they would have. I mean, I guess that's you can consider that evolution and adapting, but I wouldn't consider that. I don't believe in that theory anyway. So here's a paradigm shift for you. After all those centuries, science does another paradigm shift. So what I just noticed, the Human Genome Project in modern biology, genetics, and anthropology says there is no such thing as a biological race. So it goes back to the think tank audio that I just played, and it goes back to Nina Jablonski. Why did she say that, right? Is there agenda? Is there agenda? Why is all of a sudden there's a paradigm shift being created, and not only is the Human Genome Project making an announcement, but also the National Institute of Health says although the National Institutes of Health still require research results to be reported by race and or ethnicity, the National Human Genome Research Institute states race is a fluid concept used to group people according to various factors, including ancestral background and social identity. Race is an ideology, and for this reason, many scientists believe that race should be more accurately described as a social construct and not a biological one. So, as I stated in the beginning of my video, we have 2 different conversations, and yet both of these are high status departments that we must confer to for an answer. We have to go to the politicians and the legal team to ask them in this land, who are we? They're gonna tell us who we are. You're a black man. That's how we will regard you. I'm not telling you that that's who you are. I'm telling you to operate on this continent. They're gonna label you. Now you can put down whatever you want. I'm not talking about whenever they give me that paper, I always put down indigenous. I don't care what you put down. That's not even my point. I don't care if you put down white. My point is they got a label down there for you to put down. So you can put down white, you can put down Hispanic. I don't care. Keep playing around and ICE show up to your door and you're gonna find out the hard way, right? Keep it up. Keep it up. You don't even know if they plotting on the indigenous people right now. You keep putting down indigenous. They could have a whole plot to renege on the treaties, the peace treaties that they've been abiding by, round all 12 of them up, and you in the camp somewhere because you've been putting down indigenous. Keep it up. You could be indigenous though. Not saying you're not. But point is that they're giving out labels here on this continent. Not that they right, but the labels that they give us, they don't have really nothing to do with science. So as I'm trying to figure out a question, a scientific question, and I'm asking about the white man, science, as you can see on your screen, saying, yo, we don't know nothing about a white man. And I'm like, what you mean you don't know nothing about a white man, bro? We don't know nothing about it. Ain't no biological races, bro. We don't know. You got any other questions, Saladin? Because there ain't no such thing as a white man. What? Here's why, based on genetic evidence, humans, they say, this is why they say they obliterated the whole biological race thing. And there's only one race, which is the human race. But guess what, though? They're not far from what I believe, because I already told you, I believe, listen, I do believe humans was part of a project to create other humans. These were genetically, these were humans that wasn't obviously from this planet, and they were more technically savvy and way more knowledgeable and genetic scientists. Yeah, the Atlanteans were genetic scientists. But so was the reptilians. Like, so was the Anunnaki. They people, we are probably the most primitive, in my opinion, beings. But we was created by these people. We was created by these entities. So of course they want to keep us in the dark. But we're doing a great job getting there. Slowly. We gotta fight all type of androids, right? Not only mechanical robots, but humanoid robots that just believe anything that the man in the white coat say. Because he said it, it got to be true. Then they send out their minions, people that just talk loud. Yo, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You got to travel through all of that. So they said they're getting rid of that, or they won't no longer acknowledge biological races because humans share 99.4 to 99.6 of their DNA. The genetic variation is continuous and clinical. Traditional race categories do not correspond to distinct genetic clusters. Traits like skin color are adaptive to local environments, but discordant. They don't align with overall genetic ancestry or other traits. Human populations show extensive admixture, migration, gene flow over the millennia. Me personally, if you ask me, I think they just want to get away from this conversation because once, especially now that they released AI, you got a lot of people that use it for jacking off. However, you got a lot of people that use it for like, they want to get to the bottom of stuff, right? So I've caught AI, all the AIs lying several times. I just had Grok, or one of them, apologizing to me the other day for trying to lie to me. What he didn't know is I was using ChatGPT in the conversation to respond to him. Caught him up. He's like, yo, apologize, Jamal. I shouldn't have did that. What's yeah. It doesn't matter, bro. I expected you to lie. To keep the lie. You have to keep it contained. I don't know who's running these companies for real. Like I said, I don't know who's a shapeshifter and a reptilian. These conversations for the closed minded, they're like, oh, you over here talking about shapeshifters, and it's stranger things to talk about that you can't explain. Right? What Winter just spoke about, what do you call it? The Nazarite, is it the Nazarite Winter? Was that, what's those lines that It's spiders and monkeys, that big, humongous portraits of animals that's seared into the earth. How did they get there, bro? If this was made by Nazca, thank you, Winter. The Nazca lines. If this was made by a simple pipe or someone just dragging, it would have been destroyed by now. We don't know when they made this or when they came from. All we know is when you fly above it, you can still see. And I'm talking about these lines are humongous, first of all. And some of them on the side of mountains. How would that happen? If the Wright brothers just made planes within the last 100 years. What? But check this out, because I got that in red for a reason. Humans share 99.490. What about the rest of the percent of that? Right? So the other percent that doesn't equal to 100, this is still a 20 to 27 million lines of code difference in the human genome, right? So when you say we're giving up the whole idea of different races because we're all one race, we're the human race. We are humanoids. That's why I say humanoids. I believe that the black people of this planet are designed for this earth specifically based off of humanoids, the humanoids before us, which I do believe to possibly be Atlanteans, Pleiadians, or Lyrans, or Anunnaki. I don't think we were first. So when we say, okay, we might have been the first on this planet, designed for this planet, I think we were the first designed for this planet. But then again, I believe we was created to work. So it only makes sense that if they did design this, and guess what? I don't think that's far-fetched from me saying that, because other books have said that, like the Bible, like the Sumerian tablets. It said they created a people to work on this planet. That's a narrative. Fine. So I do believe that humans share that 99.4. However, that's not 100. You still got 20 to 27 million lines of code there. The average pairwise difference between two human genomes is 0.4 to 0.6. This affects 20 to 27 million base pairs out of the 3.2 billion in the diploid genome. Now, since we're going to start talking about DNA, I felt that in order for us to understand DNA's place in this conversation, I believe we need to know how DNA works. So let's get busy. I could have went back further to waves, particles, quarks. I didn't want to do that because it just felt like too much. We're all familiar with the atom. Phonetically, this sounds like Adam, right? Which I went over earlier, who was, they say, is the first man, but it is contradicting because at the same time, he was giving the first man, which means from the earth, literally, the Adama. He was given the instruction to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. So phonetically, atom, Adam. I don't know. An atom is organized like a tiny. So right now I don't know who knows what. So I'm doing this for everybody. Not saying you don't know, but there's somebody that's out there that doesn't know, and they're not going to have the courage to say I don't know because they don't want to be left out, like look stupid. You understand? I was a teacher. I taught every grade from K to 12. So I discern when people may not know, but they don't want to ask. So you have to just give it to them. You understand? So that's why we're doing this. Everybody else just have the patience. If you know, then that's great. Just chill out, and everything is everything. Now, let's go over the structure of an atom. An atom is organized like a tiny solar system held together by electrical attraction. The protons, positive charge. This is your positive charge. When you hear about a positive and negative charge in your proton, that's how I like to remember when I hear the word pro. Then I'm like, all right, positive. This is the ID number. 6 protons, you know you're going to have a carbon atom. Right? So what I'm saying to you is the number of protons will more than likely determine what type of atom it's going to be. Neutrons, no charge, neutral. This is the nuclear glue that keeps the protons from flying apart. Right? Electrons, negative charge. These are the hands of the atom. I'll go into that in a second. Why they call it the hands of the atom. But just remember it's a negative charge. Function. Electrons don't just sit there. They reach out to other atoms to form bonds. This is how the atoms eventually connect to become nucleosides. Not nucleotides. We will get there. Nucleosides with an S, because electrons don't. And you're like, I don't know what a nucleoside is. Just chill out. I got you, bro. I didn't bring you here to make you look stupid. You understand? Just chill out. You think I'm going to leave here and you don't know what a nucleoside is? You're going to learn what a nucleoside is. Just chill out. This is how the atoms eventually connect to become nucleosides, because electrons don't gravitate towards other electrons. They are attracted to the protons, the positive center of a neighboring atom. The attraction to the other center. So imagine atom A and atom B. The electrons in atom A are attracted to their own nucleus. But if atom B gets close enough, atom A's electrons feel the pull of atom B's positive nucleus. If that pull is strong enough, the atoms end up sharing or swapping electrons, and that handshake is what we call a chemical bond. All right? Obviously, this is on YouTube, so you could pause this, rewind as much as possible, right? But what I do notice is that sometimes, you know what I used to hate? Without going off on a tangent, man, I used to use YouTube to study so many things, and people would talk down. They wouldn't really talk down, but they would talk like you understood this already. And I would think all the time, like, why would I come here for a tutorial if I understood what you was talking about? If I understood what you was talking about, I wouldn't need to listen to your tutorial. So I say, all right, when I do my thing, I will try to be a little more considerate and not assume that these people have any idea what's going on. And they kind of forgot. I didn't know. I didn't. I'm pretty sure they taught me this, but I forgot any of it. The first subassembly. This is called the nucleoside. Now that we know atoms can handshake by sharing electrons, they join together to form the first major component of DNA, which is the nucleoside. See? A nucleoside is a molecule made of two parts. A nitrogenous base. When you hear nitrogenous base, really what they're saying is that ATCG, adenine, thymine, um, guanine, and what is the third one? It's going to come to me, but I'm going to hold up the show because I'm pretty sure it's in the next slide. But these are that nitrogenous bases are what they're talking about. So they may say base when you're studying this. They may say a DNA base, or they may say a nitrogenous base. And I just want you to be familiar. So a nucleoside is a molecule made of two parts, a nitrogenous base and a sugar. In DNA, this is deoxyribose. I'm going to get into sugar in a little bit. Sugar family. In chemistry, the sugar family is massive. If you think of atoms like Lego bricks, sugars are specific shapes you can build with them. Scientists call this entire family carbohydrates. There isn't a single number because nature is constantly building new ones, but we categorize them into four main ranks based on how many rings they have. So, if they have the single rings, we call them monosaccharides. These are the simplest sugars, the basic building blocks. There are over 20 common ones found in nature, but they are categorized by how many carbons they have. So 3 carbons, we call those trioses, used in energy and metabolism. 5 carbons, we call those pentoses. This is where ribose and deoxyribose live. And 6 carbons, we call this hexoses. This includes your glucose, blood sugar, and fructose, fruit sugar. Disaccharides are the double rings. These form when 2 single ring sugars handshake and bond together. This is your sucrose, glucose, fructose, table sugar. Lactose, glucose plus galactose, milk sugar. Oligosaccharides, 3 to 10 rings. These are short chains often found on the surface of your cells. They act like dog tags so your immune system knows which cells belong to you. 3 to 10 rings. Polysaccharides, hundreds of thousands of rings. These are giant molecules, macromolecules, starch, how plants store energy, like in potatoes, cellulose, what gives plants their crunch and structure. All right. Where DNA fits in the family. Out of those thousands of possible sugars, right? So you got all those sugars, but we really only came to talk to you about one of those sugars, which We already mentioned, so you should have a good idea of what that sugar is going to be when it comes to DNA. So all those sugars, DNA is really only concerned with the one sugar, which is the pentose, or what we call deoxyribose. And we'll get into why we call it ribose. I like to say ribose, but when it comes to DNA, it's going to be deoxyribose for a reason. And we'll break that word down. And then we'll also get into why RNA does not use deoxyribose, they just use the ribose. Anyway, it's a 5-ring sugar. It's a 5-carbon ring sugar. It's a better way to say it. A 5-carbon ring sugar. That's what DNA wants. A 5-carbon ring sugar. Imagine a giant hardware store full of thousands of different screws, the sugar family. DNA is the one specific machine that only functions if you use the deoxyribose screw. If you tried to use glucose, the energy sugar, or the sucrose, the double helix wouldn't be able to twist and the information couldn't be stored. So far, what you learned is DNA is very specific, right? What we learned, and we're still going to talk more about nucleosides, but what we're talking about right now is the attachment of a nitrogenous base to a sugar. When this attachment happens, we call this nucleosides. So now we're finding out where within that sugar is this nitrogenous base really connecting to, because it is a 5-carbon ring. So all of those have positions. At what position does this nitrogenous base connect to? That's what we'll get to. Not that I had to, but I just felt like if I know it, why not give it to you? DNA uses a very specific 5-carbon sugar called ribose. The difference: ribose is a standard 5-carbon ring that has an oxygen hydrogen pair at its second carbon position. All right? As its second carbon position. So deoxyribose is modified ribose. Deoxyribose is modified, meaning it's changed ribose. The prefix deoxy literally means one oxygen is missing. So now this should help you even pronounce the word, but never mind just trying to sound smart. I would rather you really understand. I would rather you not be able to say the word, but you really understood why it's called deoxyribose. We'll get into the nucleic acid in a second. I don't know if I even made a slide for that, but I should have, because that's dealing with the phosphorus group. But nonetheless, you definitely understand now deoxyribose, which is an improvement, right? And we know that this DNA that is building up, this molecule that is building up to be DNA, is very sugar specific. It only wants to deal with the ribose. And a ribose that is missing an oxygen, so we call it deoxyribose. There we go. Why does that one missing atom matter? Stability. By losing that one greedy oxygen atom, the sugar becomes more stable. Oxygen is very reactive. If it stayed there, the DNA molecule would be much easier to break apart. Also, the long term cold, because it is deoxy, missing an oxygen, DNA can last for thousands of years. Its cousin RNA uses standard ribose and it falls apart much faster. We'll get into that later. The hard drive versus the memo. Think of that missing oxygen atom as the difference between writing in stone versus writing on a sticky note. Chemical quietness. Oxygen is a busybody element. It loves to participate in chemical reactions. So, by removing that one oxygen atom, turning ribose into deoxyribose, the sugar becomes chemically quiet. It doesn't want to react with other molecules in the cell, which means the code it carries stays exactly as it was written. Structural rigidity, the missing oxygen allows the sugar phosphate backbone to twist into the very specific tight double helix shape. The spiral staircase structure actually hides the letters inside the middle, protecting them from being bumped or damaged by other chemicals floating around in the cell. So earlier I went over error correction. Now I'm also explaining the structure of the double helix. It is not twisted for no reason at all. You can see how complicated this design is, but you can also see that it took some thought into this. This is not willy-nilly. So if you do go back and you like, yo, wait a minute, they said we was designed by the gods in their likeness, then this is very intricate with purpose. None of this is willy-nilly. So I don't want someone to be able to come to you and throw around words that they just flinging around like natural selection, as if something real simple could just take out the anatomy of mankind like that. Like, we're not even built like that. This is why they've been trying for so long with their HIV virus and all and everything else. Listen, you could think what you want, but I'm not going to believe that they don't know how to slow down cancer or stop cancer. I'm just not that naive. They understand more than we understand. What I do understand is that they don't want us to understand at all. So they get their people who accept money, in my opinion, who will accept money to agree on these speaking points. And anybody that does not agree, you are ostracized. You are labeled a pariah in that community. You are de-licensed. You are taken as a joke. Luckily for me, I never had no license to begin with. I was born in the dirty section of YouTube. So how much further can I go down? Yeah. I could only go up from here. From here. You understand? I get a few hundred people that listen to me, Jack. They don't even got to believe what I'm saying. But guess what? They are considering, hey, you there? I could think freely? Hell yeah, you could think freely, bro. Yo, I thought the man in the white coat. Never mind the man. The man in the white coat is a sucker. You understand? Now, what I need you to understand, go figure out what he know. Then come back to me and tell me what if he's saying makes sense. Then you come back to me and be like, yo, actually, I found the man in the white coat don't know Jack's deadly squad. That's what I'm telling you. He's just repeating words like Indian telemarketers. It's just a script. that they all share. Let's keep going. Longev- longevity. Oh, longev- longevity? I can't say it and I won't be able to say it today. Maybe tomorrow. Because it is less likely to undergo a process called hydrolysis, being broken apart by water. We'll get more into that and who actually created that. Actually, that's the first person who figured out DNA. But we get that. We'll get to that in a second. DNA can store information for an entire lifetime. And in some cases, thousands of years after an organism dies. And there he goes. There's the guy. Albert Kossel. Albert Kossel was a German biochemist and a pioneer in the studies of genetics. He identified the building blocks of DNA not by looking at them, but by using analytical chemistry to break the molecule apart and analyze its fragments. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I did not believe this man's story. You understand? And I thought it was some BS because he did this in 1881. And I'm like, nah, how was he able to see any type of these molecules in 1881? But he did. He utilized a special process called hydrolysis, which involves using water and acids to chemically digest large molecules into smaller ones. Casa was responsible for naming most of the bases we know today based on their source. So it was adenine, which I said before, from the Greek aden gland, because he isolated it from the pancreas. Thymine, because he named that after the thymus gland where it was discovered. Cytosine, derived from the Greek cyto cell. And guanine, he had already been named after the guano bird droppings, where it was first isolated by others. So I was skeptical to include him in my research, but then after I kept on research. I was like, nah, he deserves to be in there. This is not like some made up stuff that people are just telling me. Now, this woman here, this woman right here had me intrigued. This is Dr. Rosalind Franklin. I was probably intrigued for all the wrong reasons. I was all in her business. I wanted to see if she got married, this, that, and the third. She was gay. Not that it would have mattered. I just wanted to know. I don't think she was gay at all. I think she had like two people that she was attracted to on this earth during her whole life. But she wasn't going to be the person doing the pursuing. But if they would have made a move on her, she was down to clown all around the town. But neither one of them made a move on her. And it appears that both might have been peers. Anyway, enough of her private life. Let's get into Rosalind Elsie Franklin. Was an English chemist and X-ray crystallographer. Her work was central to the understanding of the molecular structures of DNA, RNA, viruses, coal, and graphite. So what happened? This here photo that you see up top that looks blurry and it looks like an X, that was taken by Rosalind Franklin and her student Raymond Gosling in 1952. Now, to the normal eye, it looks like a blurry X made of ink splotches, but to a physicist, this was the smoking gun for the double helix. 1952. The X shape in the world of X ray crystallography, an X pattern is the mathematical signature of a helix spiral. When X rays hit a corkscrew shaped molecule, they diffract in this specific pattern. The dark diamonds. The empty spaces at the top and the bottom told the scientists that the rungs of the ladder, we'll get into that later, the base is Causation found. So just so that you understand, those rungs that you see, but we're going to get into this. We'll split it in half. I taught you about the bases, but now what you need to know is that each base always pairs with another base, but it's always the same base. So in DNA, if there's an A base, it's always going to pair with a T base on the other side. If it's a T base, it's going to always pair with the A base. If it's a C base, cytosine is always going to pair with guanine. If it's a G, the other side is always going to be a C. Right? This is so. The reason I wanted to share this with you again is because I wanted to give you a better understanding of the complexity that goes on. So somebody just can't be spewing around simple theories. Theories is okay. It's because theories is okay because that's how we need a starting point. What's not okay to treat theories like someone is dumber and you just spreading theories, and it's like dogmatic theories. It's not meaning has not been proven. This is a theory, bro. But once you understand a little bit more, see, first you be apprehensive because you don't know that much. But then the more you start to understand the complexities of your anatomy and the built-in error correction, and it wasn't built off some whimsical blueprint, you're like, wait a minute, Jack, you just can't keep saying natural selection to me and that's supposed to move me. You can't just keep telling me, oh, it's a mutated gene. At some point, you'll figure out, oh, I don't think you really want me to understand what is going on. So they're going to try to change the conversation real quick. But before they change the conversation, I said, let me do a video. You understand? Educate people. Because they will change the conversation and they're going to change it. I already showed you one of the paradigm shifts already. So they always, the National Institute of Health, the Human Genome Project, everybody's moving away from biological races already. No, we don't want to talk about that no more. We don't want to talk about that no more. Of course you don't. You just want to move on to transhumanism, which is fine. But I'm going to educate some people and get them to think. Even if I just get them to think, they don't got to believe what I say. If I get them to think, shoot, they may think something different than me and come up with a whole different concept. Who knows? But you won't stop us from thinking. Now, we'll get into the rungs and all of that of the ladder. But on that spiral staircase that we always see as DNA, those lines, those are the rungs. Right? So let me read this again. Now you understand. The empty spaces at the top of the bottom told the scientists that the rungs of the ladder were stacked on the inside, while the sugar phosphate backbone was on the outside. So a ladder needs steps, but where you put your hand at, right, to climb up a ladder, That's the phosphate group, right? So now you know what they're talking about when they say the outside. The outside of the rungs, what the rung is connected to, is your phosphate group. But we didn't get to phosphate yet, so chill out. Easy. You understand? Put me on pause if you need to go get some libations or whatever the case may be. The missing smudges. You'll notice some of the horizontal bars are missing or faint. By measuring exactly where those gaps were, they could calculate the precise pitch, the angle of the turn of the DNA spiral. So again, this is not your anatomy is not some simple thing that they brought from Timu. I just don't think they really need you knowing how complicated it actually is. Rosalind Franklin was a master of this technique. It took her 100 hours of X-ray exposure and days of mathematical calculations just to get this one clear image. That is dedication. And I am attracted to intellectuals. So, not in a sexual way, not like that, but nonetheless, I'm drawn to intellectuals and I appreciate her work. In a famous moment in science history, her colleague Maurice Wilkins showed this image to James Watson without her permission. As soon as Watson saw the X, he later wrote, "My mouth fell open and my pulse began to race." He immediately knew it was a double helix. I don't know how he knew that. Is he from this planet? Was he looking for the missing links to get off this planet? I don't know. Huh? Are they trying to get the science back? Who knows? He said he immediately knew. A year later, in 1953, Watson and Crick published the structure, and the 100-year journey from Caucasian sludge to the secret of life was finally complete. So, white man still out here stealing other people's work. Understand? Let me stop trolling. He did. They could have gave her more credit though. I was down to give her credit. Anyway, the nitrogenous bases, the letters of the code. There are 4 different bases in DNA: adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. Even though they have all different names, they all share 2 atomic secrets. 1, they're nitrogen rich. While sugars are mostly carbon and oxygen, these molecules are packed with nitrogen atoms. This is why they are called nitrogenous. They are rings, just like the sugars. These bases are shaped like rings or double rings, which make them very flat, perfect for stacking like a deck of cards. The N-glycosidic bond. The N-glycosidic bond, this is the moment the nucleoside is born, right? So we spoke about the nucleoside where the nitrogenous base attaches itself to the 2nd prime on the sugar, on the carbon ring in the sugar. One specific nitrogen atom on the base reaches out and shares electrons with the number 1 carbon atom on the deoxyribose sugar. So the sugar provides the stable platform, the base provides the information. The result, a single molecule called a nucleoside. So now As I explained to you before, I wasn't going to leave you hanging, and I didn't leave you hanging. And so far, you know what a nucleoside is, you know what ribose is, you know what deoxyribose is. Look at you. You didn't have nothing else better to do today anyway. It's snowing. And I did not waste your time. Right? Cool. Let us keep going. Let me give you an analogy. The deoxyribose sugar is the yellow sticky paper, right? So we use the post-it note analogy. So if the deoxyribose is the yellow sticky paper, it doesn't tell you anything by itself, but it's a great surface to write on. The nitrogenous base is the message you write on the note. Once you stick the message to the paper, you have a nucleoside, a piece of information ready to be organized. Great. Now we get to nucleotides. Okay. So you got nucleosides and then nuclear. One thing I hate is when I'm reading something, I just don't understand what people are talking about. And this happens in every industry, but I can only imagine that the medical industry is probably the worst, right? It's nowhere, I can't even say the computer science was close to the medical field, right? I've thumbed through a few medical textbooks and I'm like, good God, I don't know if I could do it. That takes dedication. You have to be dedicated to totally isolate yourself for a certain time period, not short term, right? You can't be like no YouTuber in a medical student. What? Yo, bro, if you don't go somewhere, get your diet right, get a good exercise regimen workout going, like you need to be focused. You probably barely have time to be in a relationship. Hats off to everybody in that community. However, that being said, I know this community was created by one John D. Rockefeller, a guy I don't trust at all. Well, why don't I trust him? Well, I don't trust him because he's known for saying, I don't want a nation full of thinkers. I want a nation full of workers. This is the same guy that kind of like started the whole Board of Education. So I would understand why things are so complicated. Yet, if you want to be in that field, you must learn. You must learn. So I'm not saying any person that walked away with a doctorate in medicine is an idiot because they got a capability of doing something that I'm not saying I can't do. I don't know if I want to do that. Although for the next 6 months, I am dedicating myself to two things, which is science and math. Next 6 months, that's what I'm down to do. Right? I haven't been on Instagram. I only went on Instagram today to share my boy's book. That's it. And I was right off. I'm on Khan Academy hard right now. That sounds crazy, so I'm gonna put a pause there because it sounds nuts. But yes, next 6 months, math and science. That's I don't got time for TikTok and all this other jazz. Right? Every once in a while I'll peek my head up to see what's going on in the world. Yeah, I know Trump is in Iran right now. We already knew that. He was going over there. Something about the protesters are dying right here, right? See, this is the type of stupid conversations I can't be brought down to, right? Because they think I'm stupid. You want me to talk for a couple of hours about why this guy's in Iran? Because he wants their resources. That show is over. That's it. Lady just got shot in the face by ICE. It's not funny, but the lady just got shot in the face by ICE, This dude is mom's the word. He's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. With this innocent people in Iran, I gotta go save. Yo, I can't do nothing with that dude. That dude is wild for the night. Let's deal with nucleotides. So we understand what nucleosides is. Now, the good thing about nucleotides is it's the same concept as nucleosides. Nucleosides. So it ain't even that much more complicated. So the same way there was a sugar, but we attached a nitrogenous base at the 2 position. All we're going to do here, I believe, I could be fronting right now, but I could be talking like I know what I'm talking about. I don't know nothing. You understand? All we're going to do here is attach a phosphorus group to the 5 position, right? But let's see, because I could be talking. A nucleotide is the finished Lego brick of life. It is created when you add a phosphorus group to your nucleoside. The ingredient, a phosphorus group, one phosphorus group atom surrounded by 4 oxygen atoms. Okay. The reaction, the phosphorus group grabs the 5 carbon on the sugar, right? So now we got the base. Now you know what a base is. Now you understand. Now you ain't out the loop. They say a base. You're like, yeah, I know what a base. Keep talking, right? You say, okay, a base plus a sugar. Then they looking at you like a base plus a sugar. You're like, yeah. Keep talking. I know what you're talking about, Lord. I'm not stupid. I went to 3rd grade, knowing damn well they don't teach this in 3rd grade, but you want to sound smart. You understand? So you're like, yeah. I understand, bro. Meanwhile, you're not telling them. I do watch Jamel Saladin, bro. I understand a little something about something. Thankfully, because he don't talk down to me like an idiot, right? He's really trying to make sure I understand. Word is bond. The formula. So you got a base plus a sugar, and now we add in the phosphate, and this is the equivalent to a nucleotide, right? My boy Andy said finally the internet's back up. You was down, bro? Oh, you say word. Andy, you missed so much, bro. Damn, bro. He said I missed a lot. Damn, bro. Sucks to be you. You missed a whole lot, bro. You out this whole loop. These people understanding all type of stuff. Damn. I was hoping you was here for that. That's crazy, Andy. All right. That's why we got the we got the rewind button and all that. Jesus. Oh. All right, y'all. We at the phosphate group. Phosphate is the game changer. The linker. The phosphate is the only part of the molecule that can reach out and grab the next sugar. Without it, the nucleosides would just float around separately and never form a chain. So, the energy, phosphorus, is highly reactive. This greedy energy is what powers the bonding process that zips the DNA together. All right, so we come into the closure. We're getting closer and closer to chromosomes, right? So what we have done so far is built up from atoms all the way to right now we not nowhere near we are near chromosomes, but we discuss the bases, we discuss the sugars, we discuss how the combination of a base and the sugar will create a nucleoside, and now we're adding a phosphorus group, which will create a nucleotide. Cool. The phosphorus groups are negatively charged. So if they're negatively charged, that means that there's more electrons than there are protons. This makes the outside of the DNA molecule electrically loud, which helps it interact with proteins to stay organized, right? So, because as we discussed before, the electrons are really attracted to the center of the other atoms, what they're doing is it wants to reach out with so the more electrons you have, the better possibility of it grabbing that other atom and bonding and making a chemical bond together, right? So I'm assuming that's why they're calling it electrically loud, right? So if they say that it's negatively charged, like I said, it's more electrons. Let's keep going. Now we can get into the double helix. Finally. The DNA double helix, the spiral staircase. Now that we have our nucleotides, they link up to form the most famous shape in biology, right? So when we talk about the rails, like I said, if you was to straighten that, we call this a stairway, right? But if you was to straighten it out like a real carpenter's ladder, you say, I'm about to climb these steps, you could clearly see the steps. But the edges, that's in blue right there. And it kind of does look like a snake. We'll get into that later. Or should I get into that now? Low key, the snake in the story is the hero. I hate to tell you that. I hate to tell you that. Right? And you don't want to hear that. I know you don't want to hear that. Now, I'm not saying I worship the devil, no crazy business like that. That's not what I'm saying to you. I'm just saying low key in this story here, the snake is the hero. You like how, blood? Because it was the snake who actually convinced them that, yo, they trying to get off on you. Right? It was the snake that actually gave them enlightenment. Now, don't blame me for the story. I didn't write the story. I'm just telling you what's what. So it was a snake that was like, yo, they trying to play you. So you had Eve like, what you mean? It's like, yo, he told us not to eat from the tree. And if we ate from the tree, we would surely die. Snake looking at her like, yo, you wow. Surely you should not surely die. Like die? Because you ate of that? Nah. They just don't want you. Now, who knows? This could have been a mushroom. It says fruit. It never said nothing about an apple. So it could be some type of psychedelic fruit we don't know nothing about. However, it was about to let them see some things. So say it was a psychedelic fruit. Either way, all of a sudden they seen things that they could not see before, like the fact that they was butt ass naked in a walking around a garden. Oh, I'm out here showing on my birthday suit. Let me get appropriate. I only mention the snake because the medical industry definitely uses the snake in the caduceus, the staff. So the snakes are going around the staff in their symbol. Nonetheless, let's get back to this. Those handrails on the side, that's your sugar phosphate backbone. The phosphate of one nucleotide bonds to the sugar of the next. This creates continuous, incredibly strong outer rail. Now, those rungs, that's the steps. We told you what a base was. So whenever you hear a base pair, by now you should know what the base pair is. I was hoping Uncle Andy was here for that, but he something happened, right? So he's on the replay. Don't worry about Uncle Andy. He's gonna be fine. Um, anytime we talk about pairs in the future, the base pairs, you know, if I have an A, it automatically goes with a T, right? Me, how I remember this is a 10, right? The word a 10. And I don't know why a 10 stuck out to me, maybe because it's something to do with Egypt and um I feel that his name is leaving me right now, but he was a Egyptian doctor. I don't know why his name is leaving me right now, and I think the Greek name for his is hip, hip, Hippocrates, right? I think that was his Greek name, where we take the Hippocratic oath. But there was an Egyptian, because the Greeks learned a lot from the Africans called Egyptians, right? And I feel like they might have had this data already. But I won't get too much into that right now because that could be myth. Anyway, I'm trying to tell you what trick I use to make sure that the base, for me to remember that A and T always go together. So I said a 10. So anytime I see the A, I said automatically T. So the A, adenine and thymine always go together. Whether the T goes first, then the other part is going to be the A. The interesting thing about this is one half of the ladder is from your mother and the other half is from your father. I think that's amazing. Now, can I say something without triggering you? And I can't promise I won't troll you, right? But I'll try not to troll you. And I want to do a show on this in maybe the next couple of weeks because we learning all of this. And now that we at this point right now that we can visually see your hereditary code, one half coming from your mom's, one side coming from your pops. My next words are not here to judge any homosexuals, right? So don't be triggered and one go, yo, you talk about homosexuals, yo, just chill out. You've been chilling in the cut this long watching my show. I ain't about to put you on Front Street, bro. But what I will say is this: the reason I consider it a deviance, and I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have butt sex if that's what you want to have. However, the reason I consider a deviant is because clearly, right? I'm not gonna mock you like God made Adam and Eve, not God Adam and Steve. I'm not even gonna do that. Like we're not doing that. Like that, and then I'm making fun of you and you feel bad. You ain't watching Saladin no more. Yo, bro. That's not what I'm trying to do. So we're not doing that to you. And we're not gonna be shaming carpet munchers either. I'm just an Archie Bunker kind of guy. I was born in 77. So I say things, but it don't really mean I got any real malice behind what I'm saying. I come up from a place that was just hard to bring up. Like when everybody called juice words and You came outside and got beat up for no reason. Like, it's crazy. You understand? But I will say this. If everybody was a homosexual today, life would stop in 150 years. That's how quick. That's how quick. Huh? That's how fast all that work, right? They talk about, people been here for millions of years. Yeah. Let everybody turn homosexual today, Jack. And all of that is out the window, 150 years out. That's it. So that's why I classify it as a deviance. It is none of my business, though, what goes down in your bedroom. Absolutely none. It is none of my business who you love and you choose. It is absolutely not. Sit on that. Close that sidebar. I want to talk more about this amazing technology called anatomy, biology. This is amazing. So the rungs are the nitrogenous bases, ATCG, right? They find a partner from a second strand and shake hands. The twist, because of the way the atoms are shaped, the ladder naturally twists into a spiral called a double helix. This is amazing. Oh, I didn't say amazing. I said amazing. It's so amazing to be loved. Why the ladder shapes matters. Okay, we kind of spoke about this before. Let's talk about it again. The ladder protect the way the reason the ladder curves is for protection, right? So the greedy atoms in the backbone face outward, while the precious cold, the basis, is tucked safely inside the spiral. That is, by greedy, I mean stealing electrons, right? Self-copying, because A only likes T and C only likes G, the DNA can unzip and perfectly recreate its missing half. It is a self-correcting blueprint. And again, we went over some of the error correction techniques of the body earlier. And like I said before, it is nothing simple, or whoever designed us, whether you believe it is God, Allah, Yahweh, Jesus, baby Jesus, hmm, Atlanteans, reptilians, or the sonic boom. Either way, this is an intricate design, and it's just amazing. The super packing chromosomes. That's what I wanted to get to. So finally, we did all of that. We worked our way to chromosomes, right? I got a couple of people in here, Winter and Roby. They ain't left the scene yet. They've been here for 3 hours and 49 minutes. Boondocks is in the house. He's already starting his rhetoric. Shout out to Boondocks. He came in and wasted no time. He's talking about CRISPR and that. Shout out to Boondocks. You know what I'm saying? Um, I got people here from the beginning. Oh, wait, he was here from the beginning, but things happen in life. So we done worked our way from atom all the way to chromosome, which is amazing. Now, if you stretch out the DNA from just one cell, it would be 2 meters long. To fit it inside a microscopic nucleus, the cell uses extreme organization. All right. Histones, the spools, DNA molecule wraps itself around ball shaped proteins called histones. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one. Chromatin, this beads on a string structure is called chromatin in the chromosome storage box. When it's time for the cell to divide, the chromatin coils up even tighter into the thick X-shaped structures we call chromosomes. All right. There's 23 pairs of 46 chromosomes. We have 46 chromosomes in total, organized into 23 pairs. The reason you are 50-50 collaboration. You receive one set of 23 from your biological mother and one set of 23 from your biological father. Yeah, we talk about mathematics. And this is why I can't participate, right? I'm not going to say the animalistic urges in me don't want to sometimes get out here and wild out with everybody else on the YouTube, right? I really want to get a piece of Corey Holcomb. I do. But I cannot because I have to be an example and I have to stay focused. Like nobody else got to follow me. Nobody else got to follow me. I know my purpose. So I need to stay focused, get back into the math and sciences. I had a conversation with my wife this morning. About to work with the city, and I'm about to put back the out of school program, right? Because the kids are not doing well in the sciences and math. I can't just sit back and watch that happen. So I have to relearn math and science and then go back out and teach the little ones. That is my job while I'm here on earth, bro. It's like I cannot leave my people like that. I can't do that and watch while these other people sabotage us. They don't want us to know nothing. They definitely don't want us to know about anatomy and biology. They want all that information for themselves, and they would prefer you to clown around. So what they do is they make it as it's like Beast Island. They just want go do what you want. We got TikTok, we got Instagram. Go out there and get busy. The sillier you are, the crazier you are, yeah, they reward you. They give you all the rewards. By the way, YouTube, I don't know why you didn't cut my check this month. It's crazy because I definitely made the threshold. So it's kind of nuts. But you talk about you going to pay me in February. I really want to tell you to boost that, but I'm going to chill. But either way, I can't participate in the shenanistry because there's a lot that we must relearn that they want our cognition levels down. It shouldn't be a surprise because John D. Rockefeller said, I don't want a nation full of thinkers. I want a nation full of workers. So it really shouldn't be a surprise because the people who took over for Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller, they following that same blueprint. Anyway, let us move on. So 23 pairs. 50% coming from your mom's, 50% coming from your father. The backup system, having pairs acts as a biological safety net. If a gene on one chromosome is broken or faulty, the body often has a working version of that gene on the matching chromosome to use instead. Damn. This body is intricate, bro. Don't let nobody get out here and start saying silly business, throwing natural selection in your face. No. It ain't that easy. It ain't that theory, which we now know is a theory that is not fact. If you watch the beginning of my video, you should know what a theory is by now. You should also know what a hypothesis is by now, and you definitely know what a fact is. And guess what? Natural selection nor gene mutation or facts for creating racial groups. This is what we know. That's a fact. You could take that to the bank and cash that. Tell them Saladin sent you. So these people just out here huffing and puffing, saying what they believe, uncertainties of what they believe. That's cool. Now, let's go over these chromosomes, if you will. We came this far, we might as well understand what each chromosome does. Now, pairs 1, 2, 3, these are your big blueprints. These are the largest. They carry the genes of fundamental things like brain development and basic cell structure. Pairs 4 to 12, this deals with growth and maintenance. These contain instructions for your organs, blood type, and how your body processes energy. Of course, they wouldn't want all this information out there. It is out there. You can learn it. They won't stop you because that would make things conspicuous. Conspicuous, right? Suspicious. It would make things suspicious. However, they'll just really try to deter you from getting involved and learning this knowledge. Pairs 13 to 15, the sensory systems. These carry a lot of the code for things like eye color, skin tone, and how your nerves feel the world. 16 to 22, the specialists. Even though they are smaller, they handle vital tasks like your immune system, kidney function, and hair texture. Ooh. Now, when people throw things out there like gene mutation, we already went over error correction, so we know how the body works hard. You have to work hard. It has to work hard for a mutation to take place. It's not like, it's a gene mutation. It doesn't work like that. So now you have to consider there being a mutation on chromosomes 13 to 15 and also 16 to 22. Because you talk about hair color, this, that, and the third. Was these gene mutations that all of a sudden somebody's hair just became blonde, straight? It's complicated. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen because the wind blows. It doesn't happen because it's cold. Natural selection cannot rewrite DNA. This is a fact. You can tell them Saladin sent you. Hey, Saladin said that natural selection cannot rewrite DNA. Is he correct? Hell yeah, he correct. Now get out of my office asking me stupid questions. Oh, all right, I just wanted to know. Well, I told you. Now, it's the last chromosome that had me very curious in this particular instance. The last chromosome, which is pair 23, is the sex chromosome. These determine biological sex. XX usually results in a female, and the XY usually results in a male. Yeah, they don't change like that. They don't change like that, Boondocks. We already went through that. You got to watch the beginning. Yeah. Errors sometimes occur during mutation. Errors sometimes occur, but we already went through it, bro. You late. You should have been. I put it out early so that everybody could see. But I put it out because people use these words, and this is why my show is how long it is today. Oh, I was very detailed today, Boondocks. So on your replay, you can go check out the replay. But I can tell you this, nobody's coming in here today and just going to say a bunch of things to these people and have them leaving thinking something is that simple. It is not that simple. So what I did is I slowed down the conversation. I slowed it way down. So there'll be no gene mutation, natural selection talk today on the whimsical flurry of that's why this happened. Oh, no. Not today. But again, you 4 hours late. You understand? So I can't go. I went over that at the beginning. Now, let's deal with this X chromosome, this XX chromosome, and the XY chromosome. Govern means to steer. The etymology of ment is mens, which is mentality, the mind. So when you put them together, you have steer the mind. So we're dealing with a government. I watched them really impose themselves over. In my opinion, they overstepped their boundaries. They did something I don't think any of us really thought we would see. And they actually went against the science community for their own agenda. But I understood it because they was trying to get to a place where they could just normalize something real quick, which was the word trans, right? Not because they love transgenders, not because they love transvestites. I don't think anybody ever thought twice about a transvestite. I've seen transvestites in my neighborhood. We snicker. You understand like that? Snicker talk mess. Nobody was beating up transvestites in my neighborhood, right? If the friend you grew up with all of a sudden came out and dressed up in ladies' clothes and you was like, oh, snap, then, especially if they still want to hang around. They come out the closet and they still want to hang around. Well, you're going to have to deal with some gay jokes. That's just the bottom line. You still want to sit here. But the government wanted to normalize the word trans because of the transhuman experiment or agenda. I would call it an agenda more than an experiment because that's where and you're going to see why in a second why we needed to go there. So everybody just chill out. We still got some more learning to do, but you're going to see why I'm going to show you in a second why I believe they wanted to go there. But what I never thought is that they would just be like, nah, gender doesn't matter. And as I was sitting there, and at the time, obviously, I did not know enough. I forgot everything they taught me in elementary school, in high school. High school was a blur. I don't remember learning any of this. I'm pretty sure they tried to teach me. Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. But I couldn't even get involved in the conversation. Then I heard somebody bring up, like, Will, what about XX chromosomes, like chromosomes? And what I felt was the smoking gun to the conversation, and the conversation should have been over right then and there about whether you get to choose your gender. The conversation kept going. It felt like when I read the CDC and they admitted that there was the myocarditis effect after you took what they provided to you. But at the very end of the disclaimer, they said, yeah, well, we still suggest you take it. And I was like, that's crazy. Did you just tell me this thing would inflame my heart muscle? but you still want me to take it? I said, what type of reptilians are we dealing with? Because a Homo sapien in my group would not suggest this because this would mean detriment. So why would you suggest that to me unless either one, you want me off this population, like off this planet, but why would you suggest it when it's very unnecessary? So I said, oh, okay, you're not the same as me and I, right? I'm going back to what I believe, that you are not you're a different species of humanoid. I'm going back to what I believe now. Because you're doing things that is unnatural. It got crazy. They start sending all type of trannies into the classrooms. I was pissed off. Speaking to children, trying to indoctrinate them so they could catch them early, get their mind early. And there's no such thing as male and female. It's however you feel. What are you talking about? Bro, aren't you the same people that's teaching them science and math? Well, the science clearly says that these chromosomes will dictate the result of them either being female or male. Why would you teach something different? But when I really lost it is when I seen this. When I seen this is when I really lost it.
The XXXY chromosomes are insufficient. Because when we wake up in the morning, we exaggerate whatever feature we want to portray the gender of our choice.
I don't think it works that way.
Either the one you're assigned, the one you choose to be, whatever it is. Today, I feel 80% female, 20% male. I'm gonna put on makeup.
I'm a woman.
Tomorrow, I might feel 80% male. I'll remove the makeup and I'll wear a muscle shirt.
Bro, what are you talking about, Neil deGrasse Tyson? Yo, bro, you're supposed to be the guy. Not just the black guy either. Like, you were the guy that they was looking to for answers. But like I have said at the beginning of this video, you had you had think tanks. We already went over think tanks and people who do things for agendas. They have to be a part of these networks and they have to play their part. When he said this, I just like, damn, you sold us out. You sold us out.
The XXXY chromosomes are insufficient. Because when we wake up in the morning, we exaggerate whatever feature we want to portray the gender of our choice.
I don't think it works that way.
Either the one you're assigned, the one you choose to be, whatever it is. Today, I feel 80% female, 20% male. I'm gonna put on makeup.
I'm a woman.
Tomorrow, I might feel 80% male. I'll remove the makeup and I'll wear a muscle shirt.
Manhood.
Why do you care?
Doesn't make sense.
What business is it of yours to require that I fulfill your inability to think of gender on a spectrum?
I think he was rolling off a beam, and that's fine because he probably didn't want to say that stuff anyway. He probably didn't want to say that stuff to begin with, bro. He probably didn't want to say that stuff to begin with, but he had to fulfill his obligation. You see his speech was kind of slurred or whatever. Damn. Anyway, let us move on. RNA. Let's deal with RNA for a second. The messenger, not Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him. RNA, the partner to DNA. Ribonucleic acid looks a lot like DNA, but it is built for speed and temporary work, not for long-term storage. Yo, the body is built just like a computer, or rather, a computer is built just like the body. You have short term memory, right, which is called RAM, and then you have long term memory, which is called storage, hard drive. Anyway, let's get back to this. The sugar, the O is back, the oxygen. So this is no longer deoxyribose that we're dealing with. Uncle Andy, you will figure out what that means when you return, when you rewatch this, right? Hold on 1 second. I want to change this. Let me see if I got. Is that better? Yeah. That's better right there. Big TTV was good with you. We got Big TTV in the house. I don't know why that changed right there. All right, cool. All right, so if you guys remember, when it came to DNA, we had watched the combination of a base and a 5-carbon ring sugar called deoxyribose. It was deoxy because it was missing an oxygen atom at the 2 position. We went over that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just rewatch the show. I go over intricately and you will understand what I'm talking about. That attachment of the base to the sugar created a nucleoside. We eventually got the creation of a nucleotide by creating a phosphate group to the 5 position on that sugar, creating a nucleotide. All right. So now we talk about RNA. Remember how we said the deoxyribose was missing an oxygen? RNA uses ribose. That extra oxygen atom makes RNA more flexible, but also more fragile. It's designed to be used and then shredded, recycled. Yo, dude, our anatomy is, wicked. All right. The letter swap. So if I said to you, what is A paired with? Automatically, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say T, right? But in RNA, if I say what is T paired with, you're not going to say A. You're going to say U. Now, RNA doesn't use thymine. It uses U. So you're not going to say T. My bad. I said that the wrong way around. So the A is going to match with the U now. It's not going to match with the T. U is chemically cheaper for the cell to build. Since RNA is temporary, the cell saves energy by using U instead of T. Single strand. DNA is a double helix. RNA is a single-stranded. Being single-stranded allows it to fold into a complex shapes to do physical work like a piece of origami. The 3 types of RNA workers. there are three main players. You get the mRNA, the copy. It carries the gene code from the nucleus to the factory. You got tRNA, the delivery truck. It brings the raw materials, amino acids, to the factory. And then you got rRNA, which is the factory. This RNA actually is the machine that builds the proteins. Now, I want to talk about something. This wasn't really in my research, but I get crazy when I research. As you can see, I just got slides, mad slides, right? But I get crazy, and it took a while to do this. At the beginning of this video, I spoke about how Adam, literally, the word Adam, Adama, literally means like from the earth, right? And there's so many stories as when you go replay this that they talk about creating us from the earth, right? The gods creating us from the earth, from the soil, right? From the clay. They speak about this in the Sumerian civilization of Enki and Ninhursag, who were genetic scientists. How they created man from clay. And when you should read the story, because the story is quite interesting, because they didn't get us right on the first time. You see how in the Bible they simplify it and they're like, yo, God created man, right? It doesn't say that, but it says the gods, but I'm not even here for that. When you read the tablets, it gets crazy because Enki kept on messing up. So it wasn't like, okay, I know what I'm doing. And nah, he was trying and trying and trying, like a Montauk project. And he eventually got it right. Now, if that story is true, then damn, they did a good job. But again, what I have is a theory. What I'm saying is a theory. Just like the people who say natural selection created any racial group, that's a theory. Just like the people who say gene mutation created any racial group, that is a theory. None of us are quoting facts because they cannot be proven to be true. We're just saying what we believe off of a systematic observation to the phenomena that we're observing. That's it. And we taking what little bits and pieces we get from actual facts and from this over here to build our case. It's just that I have the integrity to say, yo, what I'm saying is actually a theory. Actually, my theory sounds the craziest. But in my head, I also think that just assuming somebody, because somebody lived in the mountains, they turned that color and became that deficient. And you melanin, and is that affected by UV rays, that it would cause an oxidizing stress that would make the body weaker. And we would call this adapting, when in fact, if A is true and B is false, then the result is false, when in fact, it cannot be a optimization. I don't even think that's adapting. It looks like a decline. Free radicals running all over the place. Your body's becoming weaker. This look like a decline. But who am I? I am no scientist. I'm a meager YouTuber that learned how to read. I barely got. I learned how to read. Saw fun and games to this bad boy come out, huh? Saw fun and games to this bad boy come out. This high school diploma. Don't make me pull that out. It's all fun and games. till this high school diploma come out. I was interested though in how carbon and a couple of other elements affect our body. So let's deal with this. Carbon, the frame of life. Carbon is the most important element in biology because of its 4 electrons in its outer shell. This allows it to reach out and form bonds at once, making it the ultimate connector. In the body, about 18% of your body weight is carbon. The job, it forms the backbone of every major molecule we've discussed. DNA, RNA, the rings of the sugars and the bases, right? And the proteins is the structure of your muscles and the skin. Fats and carbs, the chains that store your energy. You breathe in carbon as a food, you breathe out carbon as CO2. Now, I didn't think I put it in there, but so before we even get to copper, let me just say something else about carbon. As I said to you before, the number of protons is going to dictate what type of atom you have. So if you have 6 protons, automatically you're going to be dealing with a carbon atom. Now, this slide here, it says carbon is the most important element in biology because of its 4 electrons in the outer shell. The reason it says the 4 in the outer shell is because there are 2 more electrons inside of the shell, right? Just to give it balance. So that's 6 electrons altogether. So far we got 6 protons and 6 electrons. But we're forgetting about the neutrons. So in something called the carbon-12, you got 6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons. It's called the carbon-12 because the neutrons hold the weight of the atom. So that's 6. Then you got your 6 protons. However, the electrons are so light that they don't count them, but they there. So they just say carbon-12. However, this is your framework of life. So, rock with your boy, right? Because I'm about to go somewhere with this in a second. I'm about to, as Frankie Blanco would say, let him cook. In the Bible, it does speak about a people that would not be able to buy or sell unless they do indeed have the mark of the beast. And the mark of the beast would be the number of man. And they said that mark is 666. Now, let me leave that right there on the counter, and I'll come back to that in a second. Let us now deal with copper, which you do have in your body as well, while you have pounds of carbon, you only have about 0.1 grams of copper in your entire body. So it's not enough to run off to the pawn shop or somewhere where they give you money for scrap. You understand? I know how you think. Out here looking for some extra shorts. No, it's not enough. Don't even do it. It's not even enough copper for that. You wilding out in that process. You might as well go do Uber Eats. You understand? Don't be out here trying to rob people for their copper. Now, you only have about 0.1 grams of copper in your entire body, but without that tiny amount, your engine would stop. Now, how significant is that? Again, don't let nobody talk to you like you live like this is some simple suit you got on. It's not a simple suit. It's not a simple suit you got on. I promise you that. But hey, you do you. The job, the energy. Copper lives inside your mitochondria, the power plants of your cells. It helps move electrons along a wire to create ATP, energy. The job, iron transport. Copper is the manager for iron. Without copper, your body cannot move iron into the blood to your red blood cells, which means you can't carry oxygen. This is amazing. This is crazy. This is crazy. The job, protection. Copper is part of an antioxidant called superoxide dismutase. It acts like a shield that catches greedy oxygen atoms before they can damage your DNA. Wow. Copper, the electrical wire. Carbon is a structural element. It is the physical foundation of your DNA and cells. Copper is a functional element. It acts as a high-speed conductor that helps your cells create energy and move oxygen. Fun fact, because copper is so good at moving electrons, some invertebrates like horseshoe crabs use copper to carry oxygen in their blood instead of iron. This makes their blood look bright blue instead of red. But this is what I wanted to point out. They also use copper. When you look at the motherboard of a computer, they use copper for those electrical signals to travel from point A to point B because of the result of the conductivity of using copper. It's highly conductive. Now, there is another highly conductive element out here. And I would like to talk about what would happen if we could get that element in your body, which was an actual discussion in the 2016 European Summit. In the 2016 European Summit, they introduced at that summit two things. One was nanotechnology. The other was graphene, used in biology, in the anatomy, right? One of the main questions that they had, and I had the itinerary. I don't know if I still have it. I got to look at one of my hard drives, right? Because they got rid of a lot of stuff. Who's the pharmaceutical company? One of the pharmaceutical companies, when they were first doing the COVID-19, when it was first providing for the vaccines, they put on their website that They acknowledged that your body was like an operating system, right? And that the vaccine, this is what they had wrote. This is not even misinformation or disinformation. I had also a screenshot of this. They had wrote that their vaccine was a software for your operating system. So I was like, oh snap, they telling everything. Somebody must have told them like you doing way too much, and then they took it down. They had it up there for the longest though. And in my head, I'm thinking, yo, why would you keep that up there? Like you telling the people, you giving out the secrets, but I don't even think they really knew or thought the people was going to catch on. But we not stupid because we got the Akashic records. So there is a level of intuitivity that we all just naturally have. And it's like, if you tap into it, the more you tap into it, you get stronger. But then that would also mean you sacrificing the white noise, right? So you would have to discipline yourself to not indulge in such ridiculous conversations, just stupid stuff. You understand? You got to bring it down. You got to start meditating this, that. It'll become stronger. This is what they call your psychic abilities. But never mind for all of that. Yeah, Winter. You see where I'm going, Winter. Check this out. While the carbon in your DNA is busy forming 3D rings and chains, graphite and graphene are carbon atoms bonded in flat 2D sheets. If we could, I'm just saying if we could. I didn't say you tried and failed and that some scientists found anything in anything. I didn't say that. YouTube. So don't try to take my channel for misinformation or disinformation. This is a hypothetical question. What if we could get graphene in the body? What would it do? Okay, if we could integrate these graphene elements into the body, these upgraded forms of carbon alongside copper, we would essentially be turning the human body into a biological supercomputer. Does that sound familiar or no? Yes or no? Because I got a book called The Fourth Industrial Revolution by one Klaus Schwab himself, talking about they may have to redefine what a human being is, because he said graphene would be more than the price of gold by the ounce. Hello, gold is at $4,000 an ounce. Hello. But what do I know? I'm a stupid YouTuber. Anyway, it was supercharged neural signaling. Copper is a good conductor. As I've told you, they use this on the motherboards of computers. But graphene is the most conductive material ever discovered. That's crazy. The upgrade, if graphene worked with copper in our nerves, electrical signals could travel at nearly the speed of light. What? Hey, sidebar. Did they ever find out what was creating those white clots in people's veins after they took the solution and they passed away? Did they ever find out what was creating the white clots? Blood clot? I've been looking for a reason to say blood clot with my Jamaican accent. There it is. Now, let's keep going. If graphene worked with copper in our nerve cells, electrical signals could travel at nearly the speed of light. The result, your reaction time will become instantaneous. You would think, process information, and move your muscles faster than any athlete or computer today. Stop. You thinking about that sounds good. I think I'll take 2 slices of that. Hold your horses. Because if you think somebody would invest for all that to happen to you, only for you to do what you want, you are bugging, my man. Right? So, just how they can control the internet right now, don't think that they would just, it's like you going out to dinner or to a vacation with some dude or some gal overseas, and then you get out all the way out there talk about you ain't gonna put out. Are you crazy? Do you think he did all of this for your company? He needs cheeks. You understand? She didn't bring your silly, smiling, doofy ass out all the way out to Turks and Caicos because she wanted your company, young man. She wants the sausage, bro. Knock it off with all your Christian talk. You waiting to get married. Yo, shut up, bro. Shut up. Put out. If they cannot control it, you understand? But we talk about technology here, right? So you think of how, yo, you know how fast I can think? No, no, no. They know how fast you can think, but you don't think they would control your thoughts? You don't think they would somehow? Come on, bro. I've been told you're going to have an IP address. Now, because they failed at it once, don't mean they failed. The question they had in 2016 was how much graphene could they put inside of a person before it is detrimental? That was the question that they had in 2016 at the European Summit. It was only one way to find out. And guess what? They found out what did not work, and now they might have to lower the dosage. Allegedly. Don't try to get my channel taken, bro. Don't try to get my channel taken because I got you over here thinking about a little something, something. Allegedly, YouTube. I ain't tell these people nothing about nothing. If you tell them I did, I'll deny everything. Graphite is incredible at moving heat away from the source. Wow. That's why it's used in high-end electronics. If our tissues were reinforced with graphite heat sinks, our bodies could survive extreme temperatures without our proteins melting or cooking. That's crazy talk. The result, you could run a full sprint for hours without your internal body temperature rising to a dangerous levels. You would be overheat proof. Crazy. Crazy. Mind you, it was Klaus Schwab who said that you got to go read the fourth industrial revolution. Just go read the fourth industrial revolution. It's crazy. Graphene is 200 times stronger than steel, but as flexible as rubber. Imagine that. Upgrade. If graphene sheets were integrated into the cell membranes or the skin alongside your current carbon structures, what would that mean? Your skin and organs would become incredibly difficult to puncture, to tear. You would effectively have atomic scale chainmail, protecting your cells from physical damage and even some viruses, which would be too big to pass through the tiny graphene holes. Imagine that. Now, if we have gold in our system, we have zinc, we have copper in our body, right? Why wouldn't it be a thought to say, can we add graphene? Like that's natural. That's a natural material. Also, they got all these other materials in the human body. Why can't we add specks of graphene to upgrade the human being? Now, this whole conversation is because I question the cons of a group of people, and these were the cons: ionization stress due to UV, um, UV radiation damage, right? I had a bunch of them. But I said, without me mentioning any color, what group are affected the most by this? And the only group that was affected by that the most from just the sun was a group that the social, legal, social group, not the science community, but the social community, they classified as white people. There is no such thing as white people in the science community. We got that. If you didn't watch the show, you're catching me late, you got to go back and watch the show. However, the patterns do exist and they don't exist with everybody. The patterns exist. They don't exist with everybody. They are more prone to a certain group of people. And it's not black people. And I'm not saying, yo, black people's better than white. That's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you a fact of some of the patterns that exist amongst a group of people. I think this would be good. This was what started this whole conversation, because I said that these people was not designed for this planet. It spiraled into this whole other stuff. And guess what didn't change? The fact that these people are still affected the same way, right? It don't matter. After I shut off the video, your body's still going to be affected the same way by the sun. However, if, according to my theory, if they was able to integrate graphene into the anatomy of these humans somehow, because they are human beings, if they was able to do that, that will resolve that matter there. That would resolve that. In the meantime, we got to keep these people from figuring out our origins are not from this planet. And we also got to keep them from figuring out that the black people here was designed based off of other human beings' anatomy. But they were specifically designed for this planet to deal with the UV radiation coming from this particular sun. But guess what? That's my theory. Your skin and your organs will become incredibly difficult to puncture. I already read that, right? Let's keep going, though. In modern technology, we are experimenting with copper graphene composites because they can carry massive amounts of electricity without getting hot. The upgrade. Our mitochondria using copper would produce energy, and graphene would act as the superhighway to distribute that energy. You wouldn't tire out the way you do now. Your muscles would have a near limitless supply of power as long as you had fuel to burn. Somebody's using PTO days, right? Somebody's out here putting in work in the bedroom, putting hurting on somebody, huh? Now, the reason right now, I believe it doesn't already exist, and again, there's a lot I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on in Skunk Works right now. I don't know everything Lockheed Martin got going on or Skunk Works. What they stole from the Nazis, I don't know what they stole from Skoda Works. So who am I to say that they have not figured out a way to make this graphene compatible? Right now, it's hard because it doesn't dissolve in water. It is flexible and it is transparent. But that's not the same thing as being dissolvable, right? So if it's not flexible and if it's not dissolvable, in my opinion, it would have some type of effect like clotting up. Anyway, I don't want YouTube to think I'm saying anything, so chill out. Graphite and graphene are insoluble. They are basically stones. If they got into your system today, your immune system would treat them like atomic splinters, causing massive inflammation. Ah! Boondock said they didn't steal. They recruited Nazi engineers through Operation Paperclip. Boondocks. Boondocks, which came first, Operation Sunrise or Operation Paperclip? Boondocks. You got your computer in front of you. That should help you. Shout out to Michael Wilbers in the building. Boondocks, not Michael. Boondocks, what came first? Operation Sunrise or Operation Paperclip? Don't rely on Michael. Michael's wrong. Huh? Operation Sunrise came first, right? That's when Alan Dulles spoke to Carl Wolf while Carl Wolf was still in Italy. And when he gave him the information, the United States general had changed the plans. This is before Operation Paperclip. And they attacked, I think it was Czechoslovakia, where Skoda Works was at. And when they went in there, they stole all the paperwork. So, unfortunately, like last week, you said some things that was wrong. I didn't ask you if it was a negotiation that led to Paperclip. Actually, it had nothing to do with that. Sunrise was going down regardless. So thank you for answering my question. Sunrise happened first. Thank you for answering my question. Now, Sunrise led to the. That's right. Sunrise led to the infiltration of Skoda Works. All right. We'll see. We'll see. You got to watch the show to see if you said anything wrong last week. You understand? I've been up here for 5 hours. I can't. You understand? Can't retract now. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I know you just said something wrong. I fixed that one. I'm out here fixing people's messes. We got facts, we got hypotheses, and we got theories. If A is true and B is false, then C, the result, is false. You understand? If A is false and B isn't false, then the result is false. If A is true and B is true, the result is true. Now, enough of the riddles. To end my show, so I could go spend time with my daughter. Listen, bro, you said I didn't fix anything. All I know is you said something wrong a second ago. The thing is, I can say when I say things wrong. You said they didn't steal. If you have another word for confiscating this stuff, maybe what you want to use confiscating? You said some things that last week that weren't true. They were hypotheses. They were not facts. You said some things last week that they were theories. But don't worry. I guess what I did for you, Boondocks? I put you at the beginning of the show too. You and your man. I'm only doing this for you and your man. That's why I'm doing this 6-hour live. Straighten everything out. You cannot say things willy-nilly and things are not actual facts because you're standing on the backbone of somebody's hypothesis. A theory is not a fact. A theory has not been proven to be true. You can say it all day long. You can yell out gene mutation until you blue in the face. There has never been any evidence of gene mutation creating a racial group. Ever. Ever. That's a hypothesis. That is a theory. Natural selection cannot rewrite DNA. Guess what, though? What I just said is a hard stone fact. And that's the name of my show. Natural selection cannot rewrite DNA. That's it. That's a fact. That's the difference between theories, hypotheses, and facts. That's what I meant by fixing. That's all I meant. But let me move on. In closing, what I think scientists are doing, scientists infer pigment reduction by comparing modern genetics to environmental models, but they do not have direct knowledge of the first people who carried these traits or whether those traits represent loss versus an original configuration. So nothing was directly observed in what these people are talking about. No turning off was witnessed of any cells or any DNA code. The story is reconstructed from present evidence. That reconstruction could change with new data. Saying we don't actually know is more correct. Everything that scientists are suggesting they did not watch happen in real time. They see some people make lots of eumelin, others make much less and lean towards pheomelin. They find certain gene variants linked to low eumelanin. They see how those variants behave now, today. They look at environments with high UV, eumelanin protective, and low. And they say, okay, eumelanin is protective, and if you're in a low environment, less protection is needed. That is their theory. Everything that scientists are suggesting they did not watch happen in real time. What they do is they work backwards. They say if this variant behaves like this today, then maybe long ago in low UV places, it didn't cause problems. So it stuck around. That backward story is called inference, right? So like I've said, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I did this for 5 hours. I think it was a great show. I put out a lot of information. And at the end of the day, as we got over the rough part, I think the rough part we might have been the first hour and a half, and then we started cooking. I like to make people think because I really want people to do the homework on their own. Um, before I go, does anybody want to come up? Do you want me to drop the link? Boondocks, do you want me to drop the link to say your piece? Anything like that? Today's the show to do it because tomorrow I'm going back to OBS. I don't really like this StreamYard. And I see they charging more now. I did the free version today because I'm like, all right, let's see if this is gonna be worth putting money into. And I only do it because sometimes people want to cam up or something like that, and you could call people up. But I felt like let me give people a chance to come up and say their piece. All right, Winter, thank you for coming over. Peace to you and your husband. Take it easy and stay safe out there. Michael Wilbur says what you see as UFOs are the future of mankind. What we see as UFO is the past, bro. That's what I think, Michael. I think this a lot of our information that we got now, much of it came from what we call extraterrestrials, right? But I think we're the extraterrestrials. Later Boondocks. Boondocks is not coming up. Peace out. Just post what time tomorrow. I don't know yet. I'm gonna pay attention to the weather, but I definitely want to. Actually, man, it's too late now. But don't be surprised if you see me back tonight. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna talk about on our next show before I leave. The federal government had did some crazy business in Georgia. It's crazy. They sold land. They sold land that they wasn't allowed to sell. And instead of rectifying the situation, they just try to brush it under the rug. This directly relates to Dr. Malachi Z. York. And we're gonna have that conversation tomorrow because he at the end of the day he was a master teacher, but I don't think they was offended by him being a master teacher, although they are offended by master teachers. Master teachers have to be very careful. um I think Farrakhan Farrakhan know a lot. I'm inclined to call Farrakhan a master teacher. I ain't gonna hold you. He know way more than just religious stuff, man. I heard the man speak. Dr. Malachi Z. York. I don't know if they cared, but it was something else that he was doing. And that is what I'm going to talk to you about tomorrow. It wasn't the fact that he knew about aliens and all this other stuff. I think they was perfectly fine letting him sound crazy on his own. You understand? Because they don't care. Unless you're going to have an effect on the economy, right? Unless you're going to have some other effect that would inspire people to do the same thing that's going to mess up their bottom line. If you do that, now they're going to get involved. You understand? But they don't care. Yo, thank you, Uncle Andy. He just joined the membership program. Appreciate that. Yeah, Roby. No, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody. All right, Uncle Andy. Yeah, catch up on your yeah. I just knew you was in the crowd, bro. But you was kind of quiet, so I was just like, oh, he just taking all the information in. Bro wasn't even here. It's like, damn, bro. Damn. Had a great class today, right? But it was all worth it, all the work, right? That was like 2 days worth of work for me. Like I was tired. I ain't gonna hold you. But we could chill for a while. And if it does snow tonight, the governor already shut down, so it don't look like I'm gonna have to move or like go to work tomorrow. So that's why I'm saying we'll do a class. It won't be a class, it'll be a video. And I'm not gonna do it on here. I don't like StreamYard. StreamYard sucks. All right. So anyway, I see you tomorrow. I'm going to get something to eat. Peace out.